Just volleyballs doing volleyball things. Hi! How are you all? I'm not looking forward for some reason. Why is that? Hang on, let's fix this. Does this fix it? Kind of. Not really. Well, close enough. Hang on. Let's see. Nope, that definitely doesn't fix it. Look forward. There, that's better. Nice. Oink. Hi! Happy Monday. Ow! Why are you bonking me? What's that for? But I just got here. This is the warm welcome you give me. Oink. I just returned from a long trek to an event over the weekend, and this is how I'm greeted upon my return. Being smacked. Oink. Before. What'd I do? Did I do something? Was it deserved? Hey. Bonk to look forward. Okay. Sure. Fine, I guess. Hi, I'm Edie. I'm a freelance artist Fungi. I'm also an educator. We're doing Vtuber design critiques today, but I have housekeeping to do first. I have to tell you a little bit about my weekend. Just a little bit, just a tad. So that way I can get out of my system, and then we'll focus and get through the Vtuber design critiques without getting wildly and terribly and horribly off topic. Wahoo! You may notice I sound maybe a little bit lower energy today. I am so sleepy. I'm so sleepy. Joby and I were lamenting just a little bit ago before stream started that we are so tired. The night, well, let me just explain my week/weekend that I had. So I streamed Friday, you saw me then. Saturday morning, we woke up real early, and by wake up I mean we got out of bed because neither of us slept for some reason on Friday night. Got up real early, drove all the way to the Washington, D.C. for Otakon convention, which I was not planning to attend. I had not been planning to attend that convention this year. I was trying to be financially responsible. But turns out, it was okay. Turns out the finances were a-okay, and we will be all right, so not a bad time. So, I went, walked 20,000 steps, 20,000 steps on Saturday. Bought some cute art. I got Nike Shuttle keychains. I'm so happy. My heart is so full. Oink. You can't find merch of her like anywhere for some reason online. I guess she's just not that popular of an Oshi pick for Uma Musume. And I got all of the Taiki Shuttle merch I could, which was 2. I got 2 whole Taiki Shuttle merches. I got a little sticker of her holding burger, and I got a keychain, and it is very cute. And I'm debating whether or not my Taiki Shuttle keychain will live on my keys that I take with me to work, because I do have my Oathkeeper on there. Oh, it's like I do have something that's already kind of merch-like on there. And she may be an uncommon enough pick that my students wouldn't recognize her, but I don't know what to do with her otherwise. Like, I want her to live a good life as a keychain. She needs to go somewhere that's important, you know? Having favorite characters that don't have much merch is great for the wallet. I think that is actually, direct quote, something I said over the weekend. All the things that I'll buy at conventions is only for, like, mildly obscure things, usually. And by mildly obscure, I mean just things that people don't make much merch for anymore. I will never forgive myself. 2 years ago, there was merch that somebody had made for Okiku Furubate, which is an old baseball anime that I used to watch with my sister. That's not something you see, like, fan art of these days. Not something you find merch of either much these days. Even back in the day, I don't think I ever saw all that much of it, because I don't think it was that popular. I've never even met anyone who has watched it other than me. I think it's called Big Wind-Up in English, but someone had art for it in the artist alley, and I was like, it'd be irresponsible of me to buy this right now, so I won't buy it. I'll just get it. Maybe if they come back next year, they'll have it. I bet you can assume what happened. What happened next. So now every time I see something that's like for a series that I like a lot, but I haven't seen like merch for a long time, I'm like, all right, I guess I have to. I will regret it forever. That's me. Every time there's any Tsubasa merch anywhere, I'm like, all right, I'll take that. Okay, yep, thanks. I'll take that one, and I'll have that one too. Thank you. Last year I got a very nice photo card for Tsubasa, and Bleak very kindly gifted me a Tsubasa bag, which I love very dearly and actually went with me to Maine. It was my carry-on when I went to Maine 2 weeks ago. It worked very well for that. It's like perfectly sized for travel and for keeping my laptop in. So it was very good for that. But I'm like, all right, hoard my Tsubasa merch. This year, I was surprised. It was the first time in a long time I'd seen Soul Eater merch. So I was like, Soul Eater's not uncommon. It's not like rare by any means, but I have not seen any Soul Eater art at any of these events in a minute. And I really love the artist who drew it. So I was like, all right, give me that. But yeah, Bleak the Goat, yeah. It was very kind of Bleak to gift me that. Soul Eater's kind of old. I guess in the grand scheme of things, it's old, but calling it old makes me feel sort of strange. And last year, because like Trigun was on its resurgence, I was able to get Trigun merch, which is something that hadn't happened in like a decade, so that was cool, I guess. I see Soul Eater more in the dealer's room. I guess you can buy like the manga, or like I think they had a poster for it, but honestly, I like the Artist Alley type of stuff better usually. I never buy anything in the dealer's room. I only spend money in the Artist Alley because I'm like, well, the official stuff is great. It's cool. I like it. But like Artist Alley has greater variety of styles and there's more interesting types of merch a lot of the time, So like I got my Taiki Shuttle keychain. I got my little keychain. She's so cute. There's not a lot of like keychains that are like acrylic keychains in the artist or in the dealer's room. Dealer's room is for like vendors, like companies essentially, to sell things in. Artist Alley is just for like independent artists essentially. There are some independent artists who have, people say like graduated to the dealer's room because they make enough money from conventions that they just end up over there. But I think most of them are in the Artist Alley area of it. Yeah. Scared's a person who likes the OG one. OG what? Oh, Soul Eater? Should make some Soul Eater merch. I feel like it can work with my style. I think Soul Eater can work with any style. I feel like I just do anything. Oh, rumors that might be a Soul Eater reboot anime. I have fear in my heart because I really did not like the Soul Eater Not anime. The animation was lacking. And I just wasn't as into that story. And I'm not sure I'm a huge fan of some of the mangaka's works post Soul Eater either. I know that Soul Eater was like mildly inappropriate. That's how it always was. But they leaned a little too hard into that, I think, for Fire Force from what I've seen. So it makes me nervous. But if they were to like somewhat accurately adapt the
Parent help,
manga,
I have capsized.
It's okay, Gary. You haven't capsized. You're okay. You're floating right here next to me. I'm keeping an eye on you. We're at the pool. I'm the lifeguard. You'll be all right. Don't worry too much. It's okay. But yeah, if they faithfully adapted the Soul Eater manga, I'd probably be okay with that. And especially if they preserved Okubo's art style, I would be okay with that. Because the other reason Soul Eater did not work for me is because it was like too cutesy kawaii. They did not adapt like the slightly like grungier style of Soul Eater. It just didn't work as well, Carries his own flotation device. Yeah, he floats in water. His cap is so buoyant that he is just a boat on his own. He'll be okay. He'll be all right. Don't worry. But yeah, Otakon. We had a very activity-filled Saturday. We wandered around all day. I will say, this is the first time I barely went to panels this year. Usually, I go to non-stop panels when I go to conventions, because that's kind of my favorite part, is listening to people talk about subjects they're passionate about. I'm a teacher, so I like learning. You know how that goes. But this year, it really felt like everything I tried to see had such an incredible queue, like such long lines, that even if you were 20 minutes early for said panel, you might not even get in, which happened to us like 4 times. We only, I think, got to see like 2 or 3? I heard this year was crowded. Yes, it was really crowded. So like previously we had not much of an issue. The fact that my panel last year overflowed and people had to be turned away at the door and there was a line outside, that was unheard of to me last year. I'd never seen that before in just like the regular panel spaces. But this year it was like constant. Almost every panel was packed, and even the couple we got into was like, we got there 30 minutes early and stood in line, and then we like barely even got in still. So like that was kind of wild. So I wonder if there's something that'll be done next year as far as programming goes to make that a little bit easier, because people were getting mad being turned away from lines, which like totally not the fault of the convention staff or the presenters or anything. But like, I guess that's probably something that's hard to manage, is just how much the convention is still growing. yeah, it is tough hurting so many people in every way, shape, and form. So yeah, we went to some panels, we bought some artwork. The food wasn't as expensive this year as previous years too, which was crazy. I ate some really good food that was just inside the convention center, and it was a price I wasn't too mad about for the amount they gave me and for how tasty it was, so that's not bad. Oh, we've been raided. Hi. Oh, my hands work. No, Moobot! No! Moobot, no! Hey, Shroommates, jostled, no! No, why is it doing that? Moobot, no! Shroommates jostle Moobot and rotate to welcome them in. What the hell? That's never happened before for a raid. What? Raid missions got deleted? No! I'm so sorry. I wonder if Moobot was mad for like quantity of emotes or something? That's so weird. But hi, Miss Loon. I'm so sorry. I'm EG. I'm a freelance artist Fungi. I'm also an art educator. We're doing Vtuber design critiques today, but I'm still, oh, come on, Moobot, stop. I'm still yapping right now. What is even the message? It's because it's 4+ symbols that aren't emotes. Oh, I wonder if it's, well, no, there's 8 emotes in that message, but that shouldn't be an amount that makes it upset. No, Moobot, stop. They are not emotes. Oh, are they not? Okay. Dang it. Darn it. Oh, my hair. They're symbols and Moobot destroys them. Oh no, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Raiders. Please forgive my over-aggressive bot. I've actually fully turned off that mode where it deletes anything, and it still persists, and I don't know why, but yes, I am losing hair from stress. Every time Moobot does anything, it ages me by like 10 years. But anyways, hi! How was your stream? What are you up to? Oh, I wonder if the exclamation points were what set it off, potentially. I bet that was what it was. It does try and filter out things that have too many exclamation points in them, maybe. Something like that, but hi, hello. Played Hosey and then some Genshin. What is Hosey? I hope your Genshining was fun though. I know that one. If you and your fellas need to do things like eat or drink or snark me, please take care of yourselves. If you want to stick around and hang out, you are welcome to do so, but please look after yourselves first and foremost. I was not quick enough to look at the shout out from the mods, but thank you. The points are fine. Moobot just hates symbols. It sees them as spam for some reason. I have that filter turned completely off, so I don't know what it's on about. Hosey, I love Hosey. What is Hosey? Tell me about Hosey. Explain, what is Hosey? Maybe a combo of cap symbols and exclamation. Ah. It's a cleaning, decorating game. Please look after my froggies. Don't worry, I will look after your froggies. They'll do really well out here, because I imagine froggies are very good swimmers. We are stranded in the ocean for the rest of the month, so they should be well hydrated, well moisturized out here. Don't worry, I'll take good care of them. I don't know about Moobot, but I will at least. But I hope you had a relaxing time doing some cleaning and decorating. In saltwater? Don't worry, I work as a water purifier. The area immediately around me is probably safer. Smiles. Hydrate, there we go. We'll moisturize me as well. Oh, I'm gonna do something uncommon. Something I've never done before on stream. Take a sip of coffee. Coffee does not count as hydration, probably, but guys, I'm sleepy. This is an unheard of EG move. I've drank a third of a cup of coffee today. This never occurs. I don't ever drink coffee. I don't ever drink anything that is caffeine. I'm real caffeine sensitive, but I am so sleepy. This morning I was trying to get work done and I was just kind of like staring at my monitor like, and was like, what? Huh? Oh, 10 minutes passed. What was I doing? I was doing something. Oh no. I'm just sleepy. I had a long weekend, which I was explaining. What type of coffee? The cheapest one that they have at the Aldi's and made in my French press and then with hazelnut creamer in it. And I will take one sip of it every 20 minutes because if I drink it any faster, I will suddenly be in what I might call earthquake mode, where I will be sitting here the whole time and I'll be like, hi, roommates. I'm working on drawing things. Yeah, I might explode. We don't want that. No explosions, please. Why should emote spam be censored? Because real bots only spam long bait messages or links? No clue. I don't know how Moobot works because I actually don't have a filter set for that. I even just checked it. There's no filter set for filtering symbols. There's nothing. There's none. No filter. Zero filter. And yet, it persists. We already knew Moobot's weird because Moobot will bonk people for links that are from whitelisted sites anyway. I don't get it. Hazelnut creamer's good. That's true. It is tasty, so let me take a sippy. Man, my mug warmer is putting in work. Is there spam protection? I don't have that set up because we've never really needed it. The only thing that is set up to protect me is stuff where people will say like mean words. There's a couple particular like combos of symbols that are like inappropriate or strange, and it has those blocked. I think fake commands are blocked. So like if somebody tries to use an exclamation point to get past some of the censorship things by using exclamation points as the letter I in a certain selection of words, it removes that. Exclamation point poop doesn't end up getting caught by that for some reason, which is strange. So like I really don't know how it works. I think Moobot just does have evil in its heart, but it's better than Nightbot. Nightbot's too slow. Nightbot doesn't keep up with anything, unfortunately. Anyways, Raiders, if you need to eat, drink, stork, me, take care of yourselves. But thank you for stopping by. I will take care of you well. And also I appreciate the lurk, Miss Loon. Where was I? Oh, weekend. Gotta get back to work. Good luck at work. I gotta get back to my yap so that way we can start somewhat on time, maybe. And by on time, I mean start doing VTuber design critiques within an hour of me starting stream, which is not easy for me to do often. So day one. Oh, which is technically day 2 for everyone. I was sad. I missed a bunch of events I would have liked to have attended. There were some VTuber concerts on Friday, and there was a Square Enix concert on Friday. I would have really loved to go to those. My favorite Otakon experience ever was seeing an orchestral concert, I think like 3 years ago. So I was like, no, but it's okay. Did get to see a handful of panels. Went home, walked to the hotel we were staying in. By home, I mean hotel, which was a way longer walk than I was prepared for. We ended up staying literally like a block from the White House, which was like a 20 or so minute walk, which after a day of already walking all day, rough. A little rough. And we lugged our suitcase all the way over there because we were in the parking garage that was closer to the convention center. Whoops. So then we went to dinner after that, and then we were like, okay, why don't we go to what we lovingly call the Furry Raid? I don't know what it's officially called. I never remember what it's called. I call it the Furry Raid. Or rave, not raid. We showed up, and this is the first time I've also ever encountered this. They were at capacity for it. So they had like a separate room where they were lining people up, and when like people had left, they were head counting people leaving, and then they would send in that many people. And there were, I think, like 70-ish people in the line in front of us, and we were like, no, I'm not gonna stand in line for as long as it takes 70 people to leave this event. I can't do that. But again, like, it really seems like attendance for events and stuff at Otakon must have been like way up this year. Like, it must have been way up, which is crazy. Is it not called the Furry Rave or Fursuit Rave? No. It's called like Club Otakon or something. It's got some official name like that, but everyone I've ever talked to calls it the Furry Rave because it's just like there's a lot of fellas in fursuits who end up attending it. More so than like seeing them just like around the convention. At least in earlier years, it was more that way. The last couple years, there haven't been as many. But, oh yeah, Club Oda. Yeah, that's what it's officially called. So we were trying to go to that, then didn't. And then I got roped into going to an evening panel, and I sat with my face in my arms for about a minute and a half dying in it. All the evening panels at Otakon are mostly like 18 plus themed. So I will give you no details about any of it. And it was strange. I was a very good sport, I will say. The one that we were in, it was pretty much like 70% dudes, 30% their girlfriends who were there against their will. which was kind of funny to me. I was being a very strong shroom, and I was being a very good sport about it. I think I was the only even remotely feminine person in the room. There may have been like 2 or 3 feminine people in the room who were like in any way smiling, which is wild. And it wasn't even that crazy. It wasn't that crazy, but it was still more than what I would normally do on my own. But we at least need to do something with our evening because we weren't going to the rave. What was the theme? I can tell you the theme. The theme actually makes it sound less bad, probably, because just telling you it was 18 plus makes it sound probably worse than it was. It was guessing the anime girl by her assets. Winks at you. That's what it was. That was the theme. The art started out kind of safe for work and then became less so as the panel went on. And I'm not proud to announce I actually did somewhat well. Not for any inappropriate reasons, but because characters that have decent character design, I'll recognize if they have like an iconic necklace or like something else going on. If they have a very specific hairstyle, I guessed Nami from One Piece successfully because I know that the ends of her hair do something really particular. But that's all the more I tell you about it. E.g. the asset inspector? No! No. It was very psychically damaging though. As I said, I sat there with my head in my arms for a long while. For quite a while. So I was like, I don't know what we're doing here. I don't know what's going on. This is not my place. I don't feel at home here. But I tried to have fun with it. So that, and then yesterday, we woke up, we went back in, we made some final purchases. Joby's friends that we were there with got immensely rained on. So we did end up going on a bit of a hunt to buy them some t-shirts. Because they were soaked. It rained so hard out of nowhere when they were walking. It was rough. And I got to meet a Vtuber, which was really cool. I was talking about it on Friday. I sort of alluded to it a little bit, but I got to meet Bolts. If you guys are familiar with Bolts, probably. We've rated Bolts at least once, but I'm Bolts' godparent for design. I helped Bolts a good bit when they were redesigning like a year and a half ago. Yeah, Bolts Mechanic. Yeah. Bolts the Mechanic I got to meet. Bolts was on my stream a hot minute ago too. Like, I guess almost 2 years ago as well. But yeah, it was really cool. I was really nervous. The only VTubers I've ever met were my mods, who legally have to like me. I'm joking. I knew I would be okay and get along with my mods a-okay. And the shroommates I met last year, I was not... Actually, I'm lying. I was actually still nervous, but like, I knew that it would be okay. Like, I know that like Amber and I would be okay to talk to each other. Like, I knew it'd be okay talking to Odge and some of the other fellows who showed up. I wasn't afraid of Edward. Like, it was okay. But for this, I was like, this person does not have to like me. If I'm a total weirdo and I roll a 1 on my social interaction today, I will never psychologically recover from this. But it was actually totally fine. I forget that I am not bad at conversing with people. I like psych myself out. I'm like, I'm bad at talking to people. I'm introverted. I'm fine. I need to stop convincing myself otherwise. But we met up, we hung out for a little bit, we looked at some of the cars, we yapped for a while. It was cool. It was nice. I'm relieved that my first experience meeting who is a contemporary in the field was very nice. And I don't know why I was afraid in the first place, because I knew Bolts was very nice and chill and easy to talk to because I've talked to them before. So it was really nice. Wahoo! So like every year we go to Otakon, there's like my highlight. So like my first year was getting to see a concert. The year after that was getting to go to the Trigun Stampede panel, which I have mixed feelings about these days, but Trigun Stampede panel with the Studio Orange people. Last year's was getting to meet shroommates and do a panel. And then this year's was probably getting to meet Bolts in some capacity. It was nice. It was cool. Yeah. Looked at Bolts and their model's so cute, right? Bolts is pretty cool. I think Bolts' model turned out pretty good. I'm a proud godparent. And Bolts also forcibly bought me lunch. Bolts was like, you did all that design help work for me and did not accept pay. I'm buying you lunch. And I was like, I don't know if I can let you do that. I don't know about that. And Jubby was like, it's impolite to refuse 3 times. You can't. I was like, okay, fine. I'll permit it. I'll let it happen. But yeah, it was cool. Completely understand you being nervous. Yeah. We ended up talking about like movie theory and stuff, which was interesting. We had a very like philosophical discussion. So that was cool. But yeah, fun. Hypothetically, the person is afraid of using it because they don't want to possibly get in trouble. Afraid of using what? Using what? Talking? Speaking? Huh? Forced nutrition? Well, I was gonna eat food anyway. It was just the force buying it for me. I'm really bad at letting people spend money on me. I always am trying to force Joby out of buying me lunch for things. I'm like, I can pay for myself. Let me pay for us. It doesn't work. I've kind of given up at this point. But yeah, it was cool. Better being active outside the house. I would have loved to meet EG during that con you did a panel in. Thanks. I'm gonna apply to do the panel again next year. Probably, hopefully, and if that does occur, if I'm accepted for it, we'll probably do another little Shroomate meetup. I'll give you guys like information ahead of time. It just wasn't in the plans for this year. This was like an impromptu, we had not been planning to go, but I'm glad we went anyway type of situation. So yeah, it was fun. It was a good time. I really can't complain. Other than the fact that walking 20,000 steps always does a number on my hips. Man, I'm not that old, but boy, am I getting old. It always hurts me. And I really thought that having an entire single day less in attendance would have made it much easier. No. 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 Last night I was laying in bed when my hips hurt. I can only lay on my back, and I was laying in bed I'm like in a coffin with my hands across my chest, and I was like, this feels morbid, but ouch. So I'm sitting kind of funny right now too, because they still are like funky. Yeah. Possible EG panel next year? Possibly, if they'll have me back. It'd be nice to go again. I would love to do a V2 of my character design panel, and I've got some updates for it that I had already started putting in. But yeah, so that was my weekend, which was cool and fun. Now on to housekeeping. Crewmates, I have some good news, perhaps, which also has a wild story attached to it, but good news nonetheless. I think a year ago, well, actually, I have to go further back than that. Before I started streaming, I gotta go way far back to just give you some context for what this is all about. And I'm telling the story because I think it's amusing to me, at least. But I think it was actually the summer right before I started streaming. My step-grandfather passed away. Now, I had not seen this man in probably about a decade because we were no contact with his wife, my grandmother, because she kind of went off the deep end when I was a kid, unfortunately. But he sadly had passed away, and we were very surprised to find out that he had left money for my sister and I in his will. And like, we only had good memories of him. He was very lovely with my sister and I when we were kids. We have good memories with him. So we were like, oh my god, that's wild that he like left us something. Like we were kind of touched by it. But then when the what do you call it, like the arbeiting of the will occurred, where they like actually like pass out all the things and give people what they're deserved or whatever, what they were owed, we didn't receive ours. Apparently a case had been made that since he hadn't updated his will in 5 years, it wasn't reflective of the fact that he hadn't had contact with us, and therefore we were denied it, which was crazy. We were like, what? If he updated it 5 years ago, we haven't seen him in 15 years. If he updated it 5 years ago, it would have already probably been reflective of the fact he hadn't seen us. Strange. We weren't too bothered by it because we weren't expecting anything anyway, and we were like, you know what, if that money is staying with his wife, my grandmother, you know, she probably needs it more than we do. He was the one who had the, what do you call it, like good like retirement stuff. Fine, what can you do? Then, last winter, not last winter, but the previous winter actually, I told the Shroommates about this. We reconnected with my grandmom for the first time. This is the first time I'd seen her in, actually since I was like below the age of 10, I think. And we went with my mom, and it was actually a very positive experience. It went really well, and we were very relieved, and we were happy to have done it. It was kind of nice. She'd calmed down a bit in her later age, and while we were there, she actually brought it up, the whole inheritance thing, and we figured out what had happened. Because we had assumed that she was the one who had blocked it. No, 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 it wasn't her. It was not her. She was actually kind of annoyed about it too, because it turns out my step-aunt, my step-granddad's daughter, was a co-arbiter of the will with my grandmom. She was the one who had denied it. She was the one who had denied it. And she apparently tried to deny a ton of other people on like my side of the family too. Crazy Dio. But yeah, so that all went well. We talked to her and we were like, that's insane. Unfortunately, my grandmom did pass away, I think like 6 months after that occurred, which was very sad. Which we were glad that we had reconnected with her, but that was kind of rough. Fast forward to now. We just received notice from her will that she left us the money that he was supposed to leave us, with like a little bit of extra on it, because since her arbiter of the will was her son, who is close to us, she left it for my sister and I. We were like, oh, that was very nice of her. So crazy family drama. Did resolve somewhat effectively somehow, which was cool. And the news with that is that it's not like a crazy amount or anything. It's still very helpful nonetheless, but the amount that we were left will probably go towards, for me, it'll probably pay off my ongoing medical debt from last fall. And what is left over after that is going to go towards getting a new CPU. It'll maybe be able to cover the whole thing, which would be really nice, so that I don't have to do it. I don't have to try an out of pocket or anything of that. So that'll be good. So we may have had a miracle here. Hi Raiders, welcome in. Hi Matrixin, welcome in. Shroommates, can you rotate for them, please? And mods, thank you for getting the shout out. EG, I'm a freelance artist Fungi. I'm also an art educator. We're doing Vtuber design critiques today. I'm still yapping for the start of stream though. I was delivering some good news that I'll be able to replace my CPU perhaps here over this summer, which would be really great and exciting. Yay! We had a minor miracle occur and I will be able to afford something that otherwise would have been out of my price range. Yay! Welcome! How was your stream? What were you up to? What were you doing? Yes, Minecraft will come back once I replace the CPU. I'm so happy! So I'll keep an eye out for when the prices are down. I also need to see a notary to cash or to witness the check before I cash it. Will proceeding types of things, but it'll happen! Yay! Yeah, sponsored by Shroom Grandma. This was not my the super rich family. This was my mom's family. I played an escape room game. Nonary games, if it means anything to you. I'm not familiar with that, but I know like escape room games as a genre. Those are pretty fun. I love me a good puzzle. Let me tell you, I am a team player. I am vital to the team. I should be a first pick for any type of escape room situation. I am a puzzle solver. I'm a good puzzler. I'm good at putting pieces together in my mind. I can see all the through paths and things. I'm pretty quick with it. I'm not quick with many things, but I'm good at solving stuff. But I hope you guys had fun. If you and your fellas need to do things like eat or drink or snark me, please take care of yourselves. If you want to stick around and hang out for the critiques, you are welcome to do so. But please look after yourselves first and foremost. Yeah, Minecraft will return though, but yeah. We were just doing some housekeeping, so where was I for housekeeping? There's that. Oh, last housekeep, because there's not actually much this week. Friday, we're doing our extra credit showcase. So if you drew work, if you made attacks against other Shroommates during Art Fight in July, make sure you post them in the Discord server prior to stream on Friday, 2 p.m. EST. So that way we can look at them all on stream and I can say thank you to all of you for drawing art for each other, because I'm really happy and proud about it. Yay! There's a lot already in there and I'm so excited for everyone to get to look at it. So we'll do the showcase for that. And then after the showcase, we will pick our next extra credit, which should be nice and cool and fun and great. Yay! Oh, also, if you guys have a suggestion for a character for me to redesign for Wednesday, I want to do a couple of redesign streams on Wednesdays leading up to when I have to go back to work in the fall. Oh, just because I would like to do more character design this year and I haven't done a lot of it. Let me know. I want to pick a Honkai Star Rail character to redesign. We did a Genshin character last week. I did finish the redesign for it. I think it's posting tonight. I think I scheduled it. But we'll pick someone to redesign. We'll see. Someone who deals psychic damage to me. I'm thinking maybe Serval might not be a bad idea, because I think her design was one of the ones that maimed my mind. But we'll see. There's definitely been more characters released since I last looked at any of them. Yeah. If I post mine on Twitter or something, does that count? Yeah, oh, Hoshi, I already grabbed yours, don't worry. I grabbed yours literally this morning. Don't worry, I got it all under control. Is Kafka Honkai Star Rail? Yes. Yes, she is, but I don't think her design really necessarily needs redone all that much. If there's designs that are like unpopular in the community, or that were like not super well received, or ones that like particularly grind your gears, those are the ones I'm kind of looking for. I think that Kafka had a somewhat okay design. I think it was mostly effective from what I remember. It was alright. I think I wished she had more insect-like things going on maybe, or something like that, but there weren't enough hints that it wasn't too bad. Yeah. Hi, Brain in a Drawer, thanks for following. I appreciate it. Ron May. Oh, wait, actually, not a bad idea. Maybe. The Raiden Shogun type characters often are ones that I am particularly somewhat bugged by the designs of. The ones that are, oh, what do you call them? Not proxies. I can't think of what they're called. Bad design hunting? No, we're not hunting for bad designs. But I guess if it's a design that you don't think is working, or a design that you think bugged me or bugs you or bugs many others, go for it. Run may be cool. Okay, let me write that down. Ruanmei. Bam. Just to have her at the ready. Were people particularly bothered by her design? Is that why? I don't actually remember. Artron is the May, Runmei is not the May of Honkai Star Rail. Oh, okay, wait. My memory is not great. She just has May in her name. Oh. Happens to the best of us. Got Casca and Archon confused? Oh, I'll figure it out, but we'll take some suggestions. I'll take some suggestions, I'll get some prep work started, because I want to spend more time drawing this week. Last week we spent too long on the reference stage. I want to get a couple references, and we'll supplement them on stream, then we'll go to drawing. Yeah. Designs are not bad, they're just effective or ineffective. Yes, exactly. I'm looking for designs that just aren't working. They're designs that people maybe dislike and aren't a huge fan of for various reasons, myself included. So, yeah. Kafka, the one you gave like 3.5 stars. Did I really? I'll have to go back and see what my grades were for them. Maybe that'll help me pick some. Rechecking my grades. But, oh, you say, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Ooh, I had something else. What was the other thing I had? Another thing. There was another thing? What was the other thing? What was the other thing I had? There was another thing. What was the other thing? E.g. Other thing. There was more things. What was I thinking of? Oh no. Oh no. Oh, I just had a question for all of you. Question for any of you who were here last week. I do this horrible, stupid thing where you guys will tell me something during stream and I'll write it down on a sticky note, but I don't write down enough words about it to have any semblance of a clue as to what that could possibly mean. I know what E.G. Worm means. I know what that was about. E.G. Worm was because I want to make a worm model. Gary Redeem as a spin, to make him spin. I know what that means. That's fine. I don't know why I wrote down 117.5. I don't know what that means. And the last thing I wrote down is vehicle motion cues? What is vehicle motion cues? It's on my stream sticky note and not my like sticky note that I write things on after stream. They're separate sticky notes. What is vehicle motion cues? Do you have any idea what that means? 117.5? Does any of that mean anything? For Gary? What do you mean vehicle motion cues for Gary? He's a vehicle? Does he have a vehicle? Motion? Huh? Rex, I don't know what that means. You're giving me numbers and they're for some reason equating to this number. That doesn't mean anything to me. Requested to make Gary spin as a redeem. Yes, I know what that means. The Gary redeem spin, that makes sense. That's one note. but there's a separate bullet point that just says vehicle motion cues. What does that mean? Past EG, what did you mean by that? You thought it was important enough to write it down. Why? Why did you do that? If no one knows, then it'll just be gone forever and we'll lose whatever that was, and that's fine. That's what I get for not giving enough detail, but I just figured I'd ask you. Car crash sound effect redeem? I don't think so. I don't think I would have done that. That sounds like it'd be sort of like a jump scare. And I don't tend to like the jump scare one. Like cues? No, it's spelled C-U-E-S. Like you're queuing something up. I don't know.
I wrote big laundry.
Hi.
What is that? I guess I just assumed I would remember what that meant. The only other thing I can think of is some kind of zinc rayonator.
Zinc rayinator? What, Gary? The notes you keep make as little sense as the ones I make. Might have been about making spin different directions and fight, since that was an ask? When was it written down? Like to rewatch VODs and kill you afterwards? I think it was written down last Wednesday? Or last Monday. The context for the Gary spin redeems was, I think, last Monday. But it's below it, so it could be Monday or Wednesday. Either way, strange and peculiar and unknown. But that aside, why don't we take roll and get started? Because I have been yapping for 42 minutes, and that's like about average, and it would be responsible of me to sally forth and move on to the things we're here for, to the reason why I've gathered you all before me today. So, if you are here for class today and would like to check in, you can use the 1 point channel point redeem, known as here, if you'd like to check in. If you are on the YouTube, you could just say here or hi or something like that. Also, that works too. Oh, lurkers, hi. I appreciate you being here as always. Hi. Don't worry, I already have you marked down. And VOD watchers, I hope you are enjoying. Let me scroll back in time and see. Oh, there were some resubs before stream started also that I should say thank you for. Maggie, welcome back for 6 months or 4 months? It says both numbers, but welcome back. I hope you've enjoyed your quarter to half year worth of rotation. I hope you enjoy future rotation. And also Bleak, welcome back for 21. Wahoo. I'm feeling, oh, that's 22. Never mind. Welcome back though. So, who's here? I see Pluton, Like to Watch, Aerith, Maggie, Angel Kitty, is that Milky Latte? Yeah, Milky Latte. Sorry, I don't have my glasses on. Milky Latte, Bleak, Nilo, Starless Mage, Edward, Zevas, Chocorama, Mad Buns, Corey, Perona, D Chili, Undead Diver, Sanism, Nini, Dia Dasi, Friendly Guy, Core Arts, Luanson, Brain in a Jar. Hi. I think it's because I paid every 6 months instead of every month. That might be the reason for displaying both numbers. Oh, that might make sense. I see. Twitch and the things they write is confusing to me. Oh, there's one more thing we will talk about very briefly. That reminds me. Don't let me forget. Say the word Twitch to me again if I try and move on. But, hi Ged! Herbal specialty! Actually, there were not enough for me to forget. So, final thing to note. Final note. There is perhaps some tomfoolery that may be occurring here shortly on Twitch, unfortunately. So we may have to figure out what to do about that in some capacity. So if you may have seen, Twitch may be adding some sort of AI training nonsense to the site where it would be training whatever their model is off of people's streams. This is a story that was broken on Twitter, and I think it is something that hasn't been officially announced yet. So, that's not looking great. Don't like that. YouTube at least allows you to opt out of them doing that. And I am opted out, of course, but they are doing that. Do me a favor. There is a poll that you can, or not really a poll, it's in the like Twitch user voice area where you can make suggestions. There is a poll people are sort of collecting opinions in and votes in to try and talk maybe a little bit of sense into them. But yes, this is almost definitely because it's Amazon that owns Twitch, and Amazon also owns an AI company. So I don't know what they're going to use it for. It seems like it's just because Twitch has a lot of like organic conversation on it, as well as visuals paired with that organic conversation. And I think that's what makes it sort of alluring to them. People are imagining they're mostly going to use it for like clipping purposes, at least up front, and maybe auto captioning. But people are afraid that it might transition into just like fully AI made streams, unfortunately. Let's not let it even get there. So this poll that I've sent you, I'll send it to YouTube streammates too. If you guys have Twitch accounts, you do have to be signed in to participate in it, I believe. But for as much as we could say, hey, don't do it, period, they likely already have signed a contract about it, and they will not back out completely. If they've already signed a contract, they will not pull AI features completely. It would look bad to their shareholders. They won't do it. So, at the barest of minimum, the least they could do would be making those AI features optional and opt out by default. So that way you can opt out of allowing the AI to train based on your videos or allowing any of that to be used on your channel. If you would like to vote, it would be great. There's already like almost 11,000 votes on that, which is great. This is one of the biggest, one of these types of suggestions I think I've ever seen on this whole forum. I think the only bigger ones I've seen were back when they were trying to have AI-made emotes. So clearly they should be aware that people in this community do not at all like AI. They're doing this because Twitch is unprofitable for Amazon, so trying to make it profitable for their AI company, where they'll steal your voice and let anyone use your voice for whatever nefarious nonsense. They could, but the problem is that AI, is already losing money. The AI bubble is going to pop, and it is already showing signs of atrophy and decay in some capacity. So I feel like this is still a risky thing for them to be getting into. I don't know. AI emotes, why? I don't know. They had, I think it was for Christmas, they made an AI emote, which was like a cat in a hat or something, and everyone was mad about it, of course. But yeah, so anyways. South Korea is having a bad time at the moment from the AI burst. It's never profitable outside the medical industry. Yeah, I don't think it's worthwhile. I think this is them attempting to put a band-aid on something, maybe, if that's what they're trying to do by making it marketable or profitable, but I don't think it's gonna work. Anyways, do me a favor, let them know what you think. If you add a comment, be polite. I think the number one way that these types of sort of like community-based petitions fail is when people start getting nasty, because unfortunately, companies don't tend to listen to people who are being emotional and aggressive, essentially. Where can I find where to vote? Right here. There you go. Go ahead. So if you leave a comment, say something that is, disagreeing with the AI features, but be professional about it. If you curse them out, they are not going to listen to what you have to say. Pin it? Sure, we can pin it for now. There you go. Thank you, Amber. There we go. Nice. I'll pin this one also. Pin. Trying to make AI streamers. That would be crazy because they wouldn't have to pay anyone then for it, and they could just reap whatever benefits of that there are. I don't know. What's the point of making it opt out? No way they obey for real. Why wouldn't they? If they don't make it opt out, everyone's gonna go to YouTube because YouTube has it already set up to be opt out, So if they make it so that you can't opt out, that's going to come across to consumers and to just like anyone who uses the platform as being incredibly anti-creator, anti-consumer, and people will mass migrate to their number one competitor who does already offer that as an option. So I don't know, but ads want to be on AI streams. They already don't like Vtubers bots, right? Well, if it's on the AI stream, but the people watching the stream are real people, then they would be fine about it. So, I don't know. We're talking about evil AI? Yes. Yes, we are. Just a little bit. But anyways, that was all I wanted to say. I just wanted to say a little piece about that because the least I can do is, I know all of you watching on Twitch right now have Twitch accounts and therefore can vote on this, so do it. Please. Please help me, help you, help all of us not let this spiral even more out of control than it needs to, Anyways. Anyways. Vtuber design critiques. We have those to do today. Let me minimize this and do something really goofy really quickly in the background that you can't see. Yeah, I would like Redshift. That'd be great. You know, I would also like straightaway recovery and focus. That's cool. Go with the flow, early lead, why not? Fast pace, stamina to spare. You know, I got extra points. I could get whatever I want here. Prepared to pass, Hawkeye, why not? Long corners. Keeping the lead, sure. Front runner corners, leader's pride, yeah, hydrate, 777s. Playtime's over, feature act with all my soul. And on our way to the dream, and I still have 500 points left? Crazy. Let's see, what do I even want to spend that on? Let's get maybe a little bit of non-standard distance, maybe wet conditions. That's not too bad. Outer post proficiency. Oh, I can still even afford even more. What do I even want now? I could get, how about cloudy days? Bam, perfect. Gotta give the Uma water. I've been background training Majiro McQueen for like days. I really would like to have a better stamina spark. Uma Musume. So I just need to complete her career and tell her to go again, and then I'll close her and we'll start. AI's been on theft, so I don't believe for a second they actually obey when you opt out. I think that they would land themselves into some terrible hot water if they make it seem like you could opt out but you can't. I think that would be a lawsuit in the making. And I think that's the type of lawsuit they would particularly want to avoid, because if that came out, that would definitely turn a lot of people away from their platforms, and that would severely reduce sort of like user trust in the platform. So I don't think they would do that, you know? My art school is pushing for AI, and obviously every single student reamed the administration. That's good. You know what I heard about recently that I am really disappointed in? There are a lot of art historians who are like weirdly pro AI. There's museums that are weirdly pro AI. Art museums. Why? Who are you? What are you doing? Why? In what way would any of that be useful to you? I don't think it is. People keep saying they're like, oh, they're using it for research to find them papers. Can I tell you a secret? The AI will hallucinate papers that don't even exist and tell you them. So even if you're trying to go read something somewhere else, it'll give you something that's not real. It's not worth it. No. About the guy who invented paleo art going crazy about Gen AI? Could be. There's a lot of them, unfortunately. Darn, I didn't get my good Uma Sparks. I got 2-star Stamina, 2-star Guts, but I did get like 30 white skills, so that's interesting. That's fine. What can you do? It'll do this so inaccurate, it's wildly dangerous. Yeah. It's disturbing and gross and not fun, but we should talk about more fun things, like the fact that Majiro McQueen is going to try again. I think I've trained like 70 Majiro McQueens. And I'm just training her because I can train her in Grand Live, because she'll hit my stamina goal as well as the good speed goal for Sparks, and it's just working pretty well for me. Good news. Majiro McQueen, good for Grand Live auto training for parent Spark farming. Wahoo! This actually happened to a lot of lawyers who used AI for their court appointments. Oh no! The worst possible place we could ever want that to be. Why would you, they should know what the pitfalls could possibly be from using that in a place where, why mess with the law? What? Huh? Why? No! Hang on. Give me a Marzensky Borrow. Perfect. Start that career. Wahoo. Give me every single medium-long race possible. Yep. Good. And go. Good luck out there, Majiro McQueen. I'll see you on the other side. And by other side, I mean after stream. Oh, there we go. So, now we'll do critiques. I've gone wildly off the rails and off topic here, but that's fine. I'm allowed a little off topic, as a treat, at the beginning especially. Here. Oh, that almost worked. That almost worked as intended. So close. Oh wait, this is the low poly room. It almost worked as intended because I went to the wrong room. Hang on, try again. Oh, I'm just fully frozen now. That's cool. What? What? Just to smite me, it said. This time I will work not at all, even slightly. Anyways, Vtuber design critiques. What we have here before us is the rubric. Can we hear it for the rubric? Can we give it up for the rubric? Can I see a couple of rubrics? Our rubrics cube has been new and improved. And I feel like that'd be the kind way to greet our new and improved rubric cube. But here's our rubric, accompanied by a very cute Gajinka of the rubric. This is Rubric-chan. This Rubric-chan is designed by Soul Kingdom creator. Look at her little streamery hair. It feels like party streamers in a very cute way. She's got all the little blocks of color wrapped around her skirt. She's a little magical girl. She's bringing the magic of character design to all of us. Thank you for drawing her. She's very cute. But there's our rubric. We will go through the deets. I have a couple more people to say hi to who have redeemed their here, though. Manzana, Zerato, also hi, and JJK Lover, welcome in. Thank you for following. I appreciate it. So, the rubric. We have a rubric set up here for us to use when we do our character design critiques so that we may be as objective and unbiased as possible when it comes to our discussion about a character's design. And by character, in this case, I mean VTuber. So, a design can receive a grand total of 10 points out of 10 if they get 2 points in each of the following categories. Those being color palette, silhouette, complexity versus clarity, focal point, and concept and motifs. 2, get full points for color palette. The palette should be cohesive and interesting, the contrast should work at a distance, the color placement should support the focal point, and there should be a strong color hierarchy present. If the palette has major instances of low contrast, clashing, or overwhelming choices, or if I think the hues and values should be completely revisited, no points. To get full points for silhouette, the silhouette should be unique and easily identifiable in and of itself. There should be strong visual weight and positive versus negative space interplay. If the silhouette is non-distinct, blob-like, exhibits ladder design, or otherwise just needs a lot more distinction and definition, no points. To get full points for complexity versus clarity, the level of detail should be appropriate to the medium. That meaning level of detail should be appropriate depending on whether the design is a chibi or a fully like 6-ish heads tall person or live 2D or 3D or PNG. There's a variety of levels of detail that are appropriate for each of those mediums. The details that are present should be specific and support both the concept and the focal point, and I should be able to turn your design into a cute little marketable plushie without removing all of the elements that make you uniquely and identifiably you. If the design is distractingly complex or too simple to the point of genericness, or doesn't pass the plushification test, no points. To get full points for focal point, the primary focal point should be well executed, that being the eyes and the face. If the viewer is not drawn to look at the face first, and the primary focal point is instead not focal due to low contrast, over-under detailing, or being completely outcompeted by other elements, no points. And finally, to get full points for concept and motifs, the concept should be clearly, creatively, and thoroughly explored and supported by motifs. The key conceptual aspects, like your personality, your cultural background, your fashion sense, your species if you're an animal, your occupation, your hobbies, things like that, should be able to be identified visually without us being told. If that is not true, if we cannot identify those elements, if they are visually unclear or underdeveloped or non-existent, no points. You can also get up to 3 bonus points for having a compelling, unique, or otherwise well-executed concept, for having a unique, exciting art style, and maybe for having a design that I personally just think is neat, and I can put it on the fridge. Wow! I love your Vtuber model, thanks! I made it myself! I'm also a 3D modeler on top of the character designer business. Did you ever use my Rubric-chan, or are we not there yet? I actually don't remember. We may have used yours in Dirium, but we also may not be there yet. We've been getting through the Rubric-chan slowly for months. Let me see. No, we haven't gotten to yours yet in Dirium. It'll happen eventually, though. We get to everyone's at some point. But, yay! There they all are! There are a couple more things I need to set up before we start. Also, Sade, welcome back for 11 months. That's crazy, that's almost a whole year. I hope you've enjoyed your 11 months of rotation. I hope you enjoy continuing to rotate with us. Also, hi, I see that you're here also. Also, hi, Hoshi, I see that you're here also. But, let me see. Other things. What other things? Are there other things? There are likely other things. Yes, there are other things. Other things! Bingo! If you'd like to play character design bingo, you are welcome to join us for it. We just sort of have a bunch of tropes in a bingo, and you can try and get bingo if you want. My win ratio varies wildly. Sometimes I get 2 victories in one day. I get double bingo. Sometimes I'll get a couple victories in a week, and then sometimes I'll go 6 months without winning once. So it's anyone's guess how I'll do, but let me see. YouTube Shrewmates. Bingo. As a gift, there you go. Enjoy. Oh, and Gamba. What are we Gamba about today? Let's see. Gamba. Let me look at my previous options I've used. I got pink hair as a space, and I think I can just mark it right now. Likely. Dang, didn't get pink hair. Oh, I got pink hair! That's the best. I never get the one that the day is themed after. We did aquatic critiques not that long ago, I think, and I didn't get aquatic themed designs on it. I was so sad. Let me do a prediction. Let's see. Prediction. This is rigged? No, it's not. It's not rigged. I can't even do that. I can't rig it. I hit a button and it gives me a card. I do not control the bingo. I merely gave it the options that are possible. Let's see. How many designs will I finish? Will I get through 6 by 6 p.m.? Will EG get bingo today? This is one we haven't done in a little bit. How about we guess what the average grade will be for the day? I like those ones. That one's, I think, harder to predict. That one is gonna be, like, truly random in its outcome. I think we did that during the charity critiques, maybe. So here, we'll make a poll for YouTube fellas for that. And then I'll do some math at the end of stream and we will determine this. This requires me to not immediately close all of the designs we've looked at. There we go. There we go. Start that. Start this. And we're in. I should be 4, calling it now. I don't think we've ever had an average that low. We very rarely have designs that get less than a 5. Unless we're talking about game characters. We don't really have VTuber designs that get less than a 5 very often. But, first design. I'll read the deets, and then I will take a sippy of coffee. And then we will be on with it. So, this is Brecky, who uses pronouns she/her, and can be found at Brecklina10 on YouTube particularly. This is the civilian form of a magical girl that is essentially just me. I would love if you could give me tips to make the silhouette less blobby from the long hair, or point out anything you like that I could carry over into the transformed magical girl model. Aha! So yeah, if you needed multicolored hair, or, what do you call it, unnatural hair color, or pink hair, you get all those here. Immediately, right out the gate, which is crazy. All of it. Sippy! Yes, unnatural hair color is totally fine and does work. What does 7.5 count for? We're rounding up, so 7.5 would count as 8. We'll round up for everything. This makes me think of strawberry lemonade. That's true. The, like, nice saturated yellow of the hair color does sort of feel that way a little bit. Hello, phone, do you want to charge? There we go. So, thematic elements. Magical girl, but in her civilian clothes. And she definitely clearly has some cat theming as well as some angel theming, I would say, going on here. And the concerns seem to be mostly about silhouette in this case, and about what elements we could bring over into a magical girl form for this. So this is interesting. The civilian design has been made before the magical girl design was made. I feel like a lot of times magical girls end up designed the opposite way, where they just have like a hint the other way, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't actually know what direction they designed them in. So, little creature mascot. I imagine this is the little companion guy who offers powers to her. But this little guy isn't cat themed, even though her design has cat-like elements in it, which is interesting. So I'm wondering how important the cat element of the design is now, having seen that. Does this have cozy aesthetic? I would say so. Big, oversized sweatshirt, leg warmers. I would say that's pretty cozy. I'm gonna make some assumptions here about the concept. I'm going to assume the cat element has to be important because this is a big element on the hoodie. We've got heart motifs, we've got X motifs, we have wing motifs, we've got some lace, and we have cats. And then there's text on the sweater, which I imagine might be her name? No, it's not. It's not her name. I wonder what the text says. But first, if we are going for a cat element of the design, I feel like there's a couple things you could do that would be cute for her civilian form. If her transformed, like, magical girl form has cat ears, a la maybe like Tokyo Mew Mew, you could probably shape this ribbon. What layer am I on? Oh, I'm on an okay layer. You might be able to shape these ribbons and then place like a pom-pom or something in this area in a way that feels like these are sort of a stand-in for a cat ear. So this is just like a sneaky way of noting that that is what her transformation becomes. And I think that might be something that's nice for silhouette also. So like you have pom-poms down here. Those pom-poms and these pom-poms may want to be a little bit bigger. I think they're a little bit small right now. But then you could stick them maybe like in front of or behind the ribbon. So that way they look like a little ear thing. Hang on, let me put a edge on it so I can see it better. And then we'll fill that in there, maybe like that, and then maybe go like this, and there's like a pom-pom here or something. Pom-pom would probably be better white, so that it's visible. But then we have more repetition of that element, and we have things that feel like ears a little bit up in this area. The left and middle are different hairstyles. Are they? Oh, I think this side is just the hair down. Oh, wait, no, you're right. Pigtails. Wait. Hang on, you're right. The hairstyle does change across these. This is pigtails. This isn't, and this also isn't. I think you've already figured out what the solution is to your silhouette, though. If you go for pigtails, that kind of solves the issue you were feeling with your silhouette already. I will just erase your hair out there. You could also make the pigtails more specific or interesting in shape, too. Separate it a bit from the head, yeah. So, like, haircut time. You could have this entirely cut out, so then you have negative space, which might be nice. You could, furthermore, just redesign the pigtails entirely and ignore the way gravity works from the get-go. I'm not doing the cleanest job of hiding them. And I'm not going to put a gradient back on them, but there's a lot of different styles for pigtails. You can have higher pigtails, lower pigtails. If you're trying to not feel too similar to someone like, maybe like Sailor Moon, who is also a pink color-themed blonde magical girl, you could go for like a low pigtail instead of a high pigtail, where the pigtails, instead of being up here, are like down here, and then maybe as a result they come out like this or something. And you have a heart motif, so you could make the pigtails shaped like this or something, so that way you're getting like almost like a heart in the silhouette also. I didn't draw them very symmetrically, and they'd probably go behind. You can have like a couple pieces that maybe break away from the overall hair and then like reconnect, so you've got some flyaways. Maybe one of them is pulled in front of your shoulder and one of them's behind. Maybe both are in front of your shoulders. There's a lot of options here for customizing your hair. I feel like pulling them in front of your shoulders might actually be kind of cute and endearing. And then like having it go behind your body at the bottom or something, so not taking up too much space. Could flow out a bit more in magical girl form. Yeah, in the magical girl form, you could make them even like crazier in their shape, like keep them like somewhat realistic in the day-to-day, but then you could make them wider and more exaggerated. You could make them have more like undulation to their shape for the magical girl version. You could make the hair more pink. Maybe her hair doesn't have the pink in it at all in the day-to-day, but as a magical girl, that's when the pink gradient shows up or something, you know? Could also be worth reversing the ombre to go from pink to blonde in one of the forms to help break up the color blocking too. That's true. You could switch it for one of the forms. So, just ideas about hair, but I think this will help you out as far as silhouette goes. Something else that may help with silhouette too would be exaggerating the size of some of your accessories. I think some of them are just a little too small. Where was my accessory layer? Where's my accessory layer? Is it this one? No. This one? No. This one? Yes, there we go. Yeah, there we go. These pom-poms, bigger, more exaggerated. Wee, 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 wee. Wee, 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 wee. Same with the other ones that are on your shoes too. You could probably make the ties that are on, or not the ties, the, what do you call them? The cords on your hoodie. You could probably make them thicker as well, because I couldn't really see them very well from a distance, you know? Son, thank you for following. I appreciate it. They do that in Pretty Cure. They add the hair gradient sometimes. Ah, okay. So maybe leave the gradient out in this version and then add it back in for your magical girl form. These little pom-poms down here and the ties for them, I think are just entirely too small right now. If you make them bigger and more exaggerated, you could even have them break out like off the edge of the leg with some of the laces. Then that also helps more with silhouette too. If pom-poms are a motif for the design as well as hearts, you could also have pom-poms that are sort of shaped like a heart or something too, if you're looking to combine some motifs. This isn't like the greatest looking heart pom-pom ever in the world, but believe me, there's probably a better way of doing it. But it might not be the worst idea. Aw, pom-poms? Oh, is that the way I'm saying it? Pom-poms? Pom-poms? I might be saying it kind of funny. But bigger! Do you see how I can clearly read that from a distance, where this one that's still here on the left is just a little bit too low contrast. It's just too small as a detail. We're losing it a little bit. Well, that may realistically be how thick string is. We don't have to adhere to realism in our design. So like these crosses here could be thicker. This could be bigger. These could be bigger and longer. Pom-poms could be bigger and more exaggerated. We'll move to your upper body and do a little more exaggeration in a couple places too. This double pom-pom shape also kind of reminds me of a cherry, maybe? So I wonder if that might be an interesting element to bring in. Cherries are red. There could be something here. Leave the string, but make the fluff bigger. Fluff has been made bigger. But there could be something interesting coming from bringing cherries into the design, maybe. Because I will say, hearts and angel wings and cats are all elements we do see pretty commonly with magical girl theming. Fruits are something we do see, but maybe not quite as often or quite as integrated of a way, you know? So that might be something worth thinking about, maybe. Your little ribbons here on your sleeves could maybe be bigger. Maybe bring this to the top. So that way they add something to your silhouette. They're here, they may as well contribute, you know? And then, like, maybe this gets to be a little bit bigger also. Like, things don't have to be huge, but just a little exaggeration can go a long way. Also, if you are petite and sort of chibi-like in proportions, making objects that you're wearing larger help to sort of play up the, like, cute angle sometimes. And I feel like overlapping your ribbon on your chest with the pom-poms will help to sort of make sense of the space. They feel a little bit separated the way that they were before. Oh, these X's, the hair clips could be maybe a little bit bigger and thicker. Your earrings are pretty small. They could be a little bit bigger, perhaps. So like that already is reading a lot better to me than it was before. Feels a little bit fleshed out. Exaggeration. Cherries are kind of heart-shaped. They can be... There might be something here as a note. Maybe you want to add cherries to your concept. Add fruit. Become a food-themed VTuber. Oh, you are definitely a cat, though. These are definitely cat ears. So, I think we can flesh out some of the details just a little bit more than they already were. But for a casual day-to-day outfit, I feel like this is fine. I feel like this is okay. We just need a little more exaggeration. We need a couple more elements that reach the outer edge of the body so that way they can contribute to silhouette. And maybe we can combine some of these motifs or add a new motif in a way that would help things to feel just like a little bit more unique, you know? What about the tail on the back? My question is this printed on the back of the hoodie? Or is this like a plush tail that is attached to the hoodie? Because I've seen those before. I've seen hoodies and other pieces of clothing that have something cute like this going on with them. It does look like it's printed, but you could have it not be. Whoops, not this layer, please. You could realistically have like some sort of like very clearly like stuffed animal like tail sort of like hanging on the back here. Maybe you can see like the stitches of it where it's being like held on or something. Or like if you're looking at the side view of it. I think it had stripes, right? Didn't it? It did. Maybe you can also see that there's like, oh, here's the seam that runs down the side of it. So we can tell that this isn't like real by any means. But that could be very cute. And yeah, then it could bounce and have some motion to it. I'd be careful if it's visible from the front because it's in a slightly precarious location, maybe, to have something shaped like this between the legs, but not a bad idea. I feel like the cat ears on this could probably be a little bit larger for exaggeration's sake. But I do like the idea of having cat ears on the hoodie, which would be cute. Cherry cat would be a cute mascot. It could be. Your little guy could have like a little like cherry like icon on here or something. I feel like there's definitely a way to make cherries work with this little creature. Maybe he's cherry flavored. He looks delicious, delectable, tasty. Cherry flavored guy. Like going around the waist side, but maybe that makes the silhouette too busy since there's pigtails. That could be an option maybe also. But I don't think we have to exaggerate it a ton. It might just be something that's cute to notice when we have a side or back view of the character. I do also like the detail of adding the cat paw pads in the bottom of the shoes. Always a big fan of that detail. And I do think that designing the pocket to be a cat was very smart. I've seen cat style like socks before, but I've never actually seen this before. This is smart. This is cute. Yeah. Make his little antennas cherry stems with cherries on the bottom. Oh, you could. That's true. You could make like, you could have like leaves as the bow parts also maybe. Or yeah, there's a number of things that might be able to work here, potentially. But yeah, would be worthwhile maybe combining that element into the design, you know? So, what have we talked about? We started talking already. What did we talk about already? We talked about silhouette a little bit. So I do agree with you. I think your hair was eating a lot of your silhouette in a way that was not helping you to feel recognizable. I think you were already detecting that pigtails may be the solution, but I would challenge you to play around with what you can do with pigtails. They don't just have to be the high pigtails. You can use low pigtails. You can use pigtails that have a different hair texture. You can use pigtails that have, you know, maybe they're gathered into like a little circle here first before they become a pigtail. There's things you can do to design up a pigtail, which maybe be more relevant for your magical girl version, but I think we just need a little more out of your hair so that it's supporting your silhouette instead of hiding it, you know? Oh, I didn't do a ladder test, but I don't think that you're in any danger of having ladder design because you do have some asymmetrical elements all throughout. Let me hide my edits so I can accurately mark things. But like you have those things there. One of your socks is up higher than the other is. Whoops. I drew this line all the way across when it shouldn't be. Probably gets 3. That goes all the way across. You've got 2 details over here. You got your sleeves. All these little things are on the sleeves. Bottom of the cat thing, top of the cat thing, bottom of your pom-poms, bottom of this ribbon, top of the ribbon, top of the shoulder, bottom of the chin, top of this thing, bottom of that thing. Eyeballs, technically you probably get 2 lines. Your air vents, your anime girl air vents probably work. That gets a line, maybe like here. Top of those ribbon, bottom of that ribbon, top of your hoge. Anyone want to climb that? Maybe? Braided pigtails. Yeah! Could be like heart buns. That's true. You could have them gathered so that they're just like 2 like hollow loops that form hearts on the sides also. Like, hang on. Like instead of being low pigtails like we had them, they could be like like this if they were gathered, so then you get your like, or whatever, like ribbon or something that's holding them together here, but then that's a heart almost, you know? That could be cute. Maybe if you want the hair to be even longer, you could still have it like cascading out of it at the bottom, but then that's a nice, really specific hair shape, you know? Bam. Lines are so close together on the main... What? Lines are so close together that only the man in the chicken costume could fit his talons between the rungs. That's a very specific way of saying that this is not a ladder that any of us could probably climb realistically. We've got a lot of asymmetry in the lower body that I don't think we could ever climb past. Lots of clustering throughout. And other than the head region, there is a lot more variety in spacing. Something about the head ends up being sort of similarly spaced. But I have a feeling that it's not actually that big of a deal because this element is asymmetrical, and I think I accidentally drew the lines for it as if it was symmetrical. And I think that would break it up properly. But yes, this is the Toe Crusher 4000, and I do not want to climb it. I do not want you to climb it. And for that, I commend Brecklina. Let me place my first grade, and then I will take my sip of beverage and bite of snack, mayhaps. That is if I actually snack, I can eat this room. I'll eat a pretzel. I have a pretzel. Hang on. I need my thing. So, silhouette. Silhouette, make your hair stop eating it. Push other elements to touch it. Complexity versus clarity. A number of your elements are just a little too small and could be more specifically designed to relate to motifs in an interesting way. Color palette. I don't have much of an inherent issue with the color palette. You're mostly monochromatically pink, but you've made a smart move by making your eyes blue. They're the only blue thing in the design, and therefore they're focal! Wahoo! Good work! Yay! That works. So, head, properly focal, I would say. Similarly, there's only yellow in the head area too, so we're looking mostly up here. My only critique mainly for the color palette, or maybe for the color palette, would be that some of your line colors aren't adding a lot of clarity when you are using, or when we have areas where it's like one white object against another white object. So like the tassels down here, using the same line color as the outlines and as the vertical lines that are the ribbing of the socks just wasn't very clear. So maybe pick a slightly darker line art color for those elements, and I think that would probably help, but that's not enough for me to take a point off. Focal point works. Concept of motifs, I think I would look at you and be able to guess that what your concept is pretty effectively. This specific style of wings feels very Magical Girl-esque. I have a feeling it's because I'm used to seeing this associated with like Cardcaptor Sakura, but you have very fluffy, friendly wings, you have hearts, you have ribbons. Those are all elements we tend to associate with magical girls. I think I could figure it out. The cat theming, I'm not sure if has been pushed enough. It's right here. We could maybe make your ribbons in your hair a little bit clearer as cat related. Because all the elements that would be the suggestions of cat are on the back of the design otherwise. Like, we can't see your feet from the front, we can't see the tail, we can't see the ears. So, give yourself fake ears from a ribbon or something. And I think that might be enough, but just push it a little more. And I think you could get some mileage out of fruit motif, because we've seen this combination of motifs before. They're not bad, but it might be a little bit more unique perhaps if we had cherries as a motif in here. I don't even know if we need hearts as a motif, period. You could just remove the hearts because they were only here and here, and you could just go for cherries instead and combine cherries with like puff balls on the end of ribbon or whatever this is, string, and that could be perhaps golden. So for that reason, I'm gonna put you here, but I did think you were very cute, and I thought this design was mostly quite effective. Yeah, reminds me of Mari-kun. Cute, large-eyed, somewhat like shorter proportioned fellas with pink magical girl theming. I see. Shakes hands between the two of them. That's I feel like that's maybe an apt comparison. I wonder if she was an inspiration source here, maybe. I could see it. But yeah, I think that's the grade. Oh, hi. Hello. I think I'm being rated, but I'm not sure. It didn't give me a notice. Oh, it is Vil. Hi. Straight from an IKEA production. ending or pronunciation ending to sharing the word for mushroom in Swedish? Swamp? Is it swamp or swamp? Am I saying it right? I want to pronounce mushrooms in Swedish, please! Hi! Hi, Plumies, how are you? Shroommates, can you rotate for the Plumies, pretty please? Perfect? Oh, nice! I have teacher debuff. I never pronounce things right first try. I'm so excited. With the V, not swamp. Swamp! Nice, okay. Hell yeah. Noted. Oh, do you know why I was doing that? You know why I guessed swamp for some reason? I was inverting an understanding of German bit with the fact that W's are pronounced as V's in German sometimes. I was inverting that for some reason, and I was thinking, what if the V is pronounced as a W? But hi! I was snooping on Vil before I went live, so I know what Vil was doing. Vil was working on making a cute little, like, diorama of I think it's like a library, making some bookshelves and cute little books and things. It was cute. But I would say I would hope it was going well, but I know it was going well, so I don't have to ask that much. But Vil, would you like to share any art tags? You owe me double. I can put it on your tab if not, but if you don't have time, that is a-okay. Do not let me intimidate you into it, but oh dang, that's true. Yeah. You promised double. Got you. Yes, nice. The Shroomates didn't even ask for it yet, but I'm asking for it. Wahoo! Yay! Art tax to start our Monday. What a gift. What a joy. I'll keep an eye out for it in a second. But Plumies, if you guys need to do things like eat or drink or snork me, like take care of yourself. If you want to stick around and hang out, you are welcome to do that. We'll take good care of you here. But please look after yourselves first and foremost. You're right on the money with the German W. I took 4 years of German in high school. And I think I only got to maybe a German 1 level of understanding because my German teacher was awful. That woman slept through class and did get fired, I think, the year after I graduated. But I'm still kind of sad about that. I wish I would have had a better opportunity to learn that language. I also could not take Spanish in school because my small knowing of Italian just screwed me right up. It wrecked everything. I would spell things the Italian way. I would accidentally what do you call it? What is the word I'm looking for? Where you put the verbs into the right tense. I would do that, but I'd use Italian conventions for doing it instead accidentally. For Spanish, what is that called? What is the word? I can't think of the word. No. Paid my tax. Yes. But if I would have taken Spanish, that probably would have been better for me because the Spanish teachers are really good. I just couldn't get past it. Yeah, conjugation. I would always conjugate Spanish words following Italian conjugation, and it just screwed me right up. I don't know why I couldn't, like, separate that in my mind. Use Spanish Italian for the same word in the same sentence before? Sounds right. Sounds about right to me. Sounds right. Did that when learning Japanese. It's aesthetically similar to Mandarin. Oh, were you reading certain characters in Mandarin as opposed to reading them in Japanese? Because I've heard that happens also. But yes, that is, I guess, part of the joy of Romance languages too. Let me see. I am currently learning Latin though. I see Indirium saying, should have learned Latin. I'm actually learning Latin right now. I haven't gotten very far with it, but I've been slowly plucking away at some of it because I used to know more, and it would behoove me as somebody who has an interest in art history to do better with it. Whoops, can I copy this? Hello? What? Discord's rebelling against me, but here we go. Art tags from Vil. Nico! From One Shot, I guess, for Estafly. I guess this was probably maybe an art taxi commission or a longer doodle from Vil that Vil had created. I love this nice warm light source that's illuminating the drawing. Very cute. I love this. Also, this character has hair that sticks out on the side of the head as little, like, or not antennas, whiskers. Look how cute! This is very cute. 40-minute art doodle request? Man, you're fast. Crazy. It is crazy to me what your speed is at drawing. But it's so cute. Good work. What the heck? And, if you thought that was all, just wait. There's more. There is more. That was 40 minutes. This is 6 minutes. 6 minute speed run of Scuffed March from Fields of Mystria for Natsu. Slamming a hammer down. Stupid, sexy newcomer. That's fast, I know. You got this pretty well fleshed out for 6 minutes. That requires a significant amount of focus. Love this expression. This man is distracted at work. I thought that was a beer mug. I think this fella is the blacksmith, so I imagine that's what that is. How draw fast, question mark? Practice, and practice doing the drawing fast part. I don't practice drawing fast, which is why I have not gotten faster at drawing. Took a longer moment to visualize it. Ah, so did you sit there for a second and go, and like make a plan and then start with your magical ability to picture images in your mind? And then you just turned the projector on and went, blah, and put it right there? Yeah. That and hyperventilate? No! No! Hyperventilating is not good for the art process. Don't do that. No. But you did nail this, though. It is really good. Thank you, Bill, for submitting some art tags for us. True-mates, can you say thank you for delicious, delectable art tags? Bill, if you need to do your post-stream care of drinking tea, among other things, go for it. We will look after the plumies. But thank you for stopping by and dropping your fellas off with me. Very kind as usual. I swear, one day I will manage to do an early stream and I will get you back. I'ma get you. You will not be safe for me forever. Count your days. I feel bad. Sometimes you show up here and I feel like I just threaten you a little bit. I'm like happy and welcoming, but I do threaten you. I'm like, you owe me tax. I'll put it on your tab. I'll get you. But thank you. All in good silliness, I promise. Do what you won't. I will. Don't think I won't. I will. It'll happen someday. I don't have a nose. I don't need a nose. But we had just finished grading this fella, so let me do math really quickly. 2, 4, 5, 6, 8. 8 out of 10. It's cute when the cooking ingredients are threatening. Hey! What do you mean by that? Wow, I'm being condescended. That's one of the funniest things I've heard in a minute. Cooking ingredients are threatening. I'll make you eat those words. Literally. I hope you have a good one too. Showmates, can we get a round of applause for Brecklina before I get too off topic here? Round of applause! Brecklina, thank you so much for submitting your design for critique. I appreciate it. Thank you for submitting and good work. Good work. Thank you, Showmates, for the suggestions also. And we sally forth. So that was Brecklina. We are next. And now I have to do my snack and take a drink because I forgot to. I forgot to. We'll read this and then I'll do it. So, this is Kilta, who uses she, her pronouns and can be found at Kilta RM. I wanted to make a butterfly-inspired model, but I don't have much experience in character design or drawing, so I end up with like a casual fit. I'm working on this model so I can learn Live 2D, but ended up liking this character. My character looks too plain and flavorless at the end. Sorry if my English is bad, I'm ESL. Hey, don't you ever apologize to me for speaking to me in a language that is your second or third, because you're already out here doing the most, and I'm proud of you, don't worry. You do great. But I'm going to immediately, before I take my snack or drink, I'm going to disobey myself and say that I don't actually think that you look too plain or flavorless. And I'll explain why after I take a sip of beverage. Who had pink hair? This one has pink hair, so we can do that. Pink hair is here. Oh, the last one was also sweater and skirt combo and had hair vents. And I begged for exaggeration and had a heart motif. And I'm making silly noises as I'm speaking right now. And I might qualify this as that one there also. Yep, there we go. Okay. When there's a BS for a live creeper to be blended and used immediately, don't do that. That sounds like it would taste like gunpowder. Gross, icky, not fun. Hi, Selma. Now the eyelashes have to be spot blacks. They are, but I don't know if that counts. There was my sip of beverage. I legally did it. You saw, you watched. You can hear me trying to access my pretzels. Oh, you can hear me chewing. Hang on, let me make that not the case. Pretzels. Chew ASMR when? Never. Never. I will not do that to you willingly. I don't like the sound of people chewing, and I know that there's people who dislike the sound of chewing way worse than me. Mm-mm. Will not. No way, no how. Mm-mm. 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 That's just called a mukbang. A little bit, but do you really hear them chewing when you're doing that? I hope not. Anyways. Kilta. I don't actually think that this character is that underdesigned. You may feel that way because in VTubing, characters tend to be leaning towards the more over-designed, maximalist end of character design. But I would say that this character would work very clearly and distinctly in an anime. I would say that this is kind of an animation-friendly design, and it has a lot of elements that make it feel decently fleshed out to me. You've paid attention to a couple of specifics that I'm proud of you for. Something that I'm often telling people is they need more asymmetry. You have asymmetry. Your hair has this nice moment that adds asymmetry to it. You have an asymmetrical tie on your, the strings that are holding your dress up, and the tie is shaped like a butterfly, so that relates back to your concept. Your shirt that's tied around the waist is paying attention to silhouette too, and is not perfectly symmetrical either, with the collar being lower on one side than the other. It's crossing over in the front. You have one leg that is showing through the slit of your dress, so there's already an asymmetry there. And on top of that, you have shown the construction of the garments. They're constructed in a way that to me feels like it makes sense. I can see the way that the fabric has been gathered around this area of the bottom part of the skirt. You've created sort of like a little bit of like a lace trim here and more gathering in the front. You've got pins that are holding the sleeves up and sort of little gold things that are gathering the shirt in the front. I think that this design feels specific enough, and I don't actually think you should add that much more detail. I think the main thing that would be worthwhile to work on in this design would be maybe playing with the butterfly angle just a little bit more. But honestly, I do not want you to change much here. I think that this is a clean, concise design that would be, fun to cosplay, fun and easy for viewers to draw if people wanted to make fan art of you. And I think you would be okay with drawing this over and over and over and over again since you are your own artist. I think it'd be okay. I think you're being too hard on yourself for that. And I think you're comparing yourself to a standard that is one that you do not have to follow. You know? Yeah. Shearing, I think is what it's called for the skirt. Interesting. But also, yes, this is a slay design. This does slay. You do feel very stylish. Oh, and jewelry on one side, but not the other side, more subtle asymmetry. The fact that your eyelashes are super exaggerated and specific and also adding to your silhouette is great. I think there's a lot of good things going on in this design. We can maybe push it a little bit further for concept reasons. I think you're more than halfway there. Something that might be fun for your eyelashes would be giving them that sort of end shape that butterfly wings have, maybe? I've kind of screwed up the shape here a little bit by trying to do that. Let me try again. Hang on. I can do this. Like this. Where tiger swallowtails have the thing where their wings are but then they have this thingy at the end. That could be interesting. We may have to just reshape them so that way it has a nice flow to reach that at the end. But that might work nicely for adding just another little butterfly-like hint. There might be some way that we could bring in some of the false eyes that butterflies have on their wings, or maybe the pattern that wings have that kind of goes like this throughout. That could be good. Cool example of an actual real-life outfit working for VTubing. Yeah, I would say that it feels specific enough that I don't have any qualms with it working as a VTuber outfit. I'm just trying this. You don't have to go for that, but that could be something very simple and quick for adding something that relates to butterflies. Maybe if you had 2 pieces of hair that sort of broke over the top like this or something, you could have elements that feel like they're meant to reference antennas also. If they had something that was like a little bit wider at the end. They don't have to be actually antennas, but it could be something that feels antenna-like, but constructed out of hair. I drew them with a darker color so we can see them over top, just because I don't want to draw one color against itself. But then we're adding a little bit more of something to your silhouette, and something that's subtly related to your concept also to put some clothing with butterfly wings. Inspiration in live suggestions. Sure, let me see. Let me jump in there. Wow, yep. Ooh, interesting. I have a whole folder full of bug-like elements people can add to designs, but this is like a butterfly wing style skirt. This seems to have the wing pattern printed on a collar, which is neat. Oh, this is like I guess it's almost like a vest, which is interesting on this one. That's cool, too. But you could use something that's a pattern like that, almost. Butterfly wing like makeup. Yeah, that might be a good idea, too. But if you're trying to be subtle about the theming, you don't have to go super overboard with it. But finding fun little elements that you can shape or modify just a little bit to be more butterfly-like would be good, maybe. Also, on top of that, as far as concept goes, I would challenge you to pick a type of butterfly. Because if you pick something specific, as opposed to just butterflies, period, that can help you to sort of grab elements that are specific to that particular species and use those in the design. Some butterfly species have fluffy elements in certain areas. There are pink butterflies even. Yes. But there's like certain elements you could bring over, like the patterning on their wings, if they have these little like dangly things. There is some variety in butterfly wing shape also, and antenna shape, and antenna fluffiness, or things like that. There's options. The collar could be shaped like wings, that's true. So instead of being like super sharp, or maybe on top of being super sharp, you could have like an area where it like cuts in or something to become a wing. There's a lot of options out there, maybe. So the skirt's already split. You could make the skirt a single butterfly wing across. That's true if you subtly added some like pattern in here. I just wanted to find my bug pin board real quick because I'm trying to remember. There's something I'm thinking of, but the aphantasia is aphantasia-ing, and I can't remember what I was trying to do about it. Oh, this is what I was thinking of. Let me grab this to show you. If you don't want to go super crazy with it, what? Excuse me? Copy image. Paste. What? Pinterest, what are you doing? Copy image. Paste. Okay, illegal apparently. They said you cannot. Hang on. There. Screenshot it. Bam. You could have something that's like gathered up by one of the hips or something, and you don't have to make it as high contrast as this, but this already subtly reads as butterfly-esque in its patterning. There might be other things too. Let me just search through this folder real quick, real fast, just to see if I can find anything else that has an interesting shape. If it would start to look less classy, right now it's pretty good already. Yeah, I don't want to make it less classy. If we were to do this, it'd be a very subtle pattern, very low contrast probably. Oh, this is interesting. This one has butterfly wing patterns on the inside, which maybe could be a reference to the fact that butterfly wings or moth wings sometimes only have that like really high contrast, bright pattern on one side. This could maybe go on the inside of, oops, that's a spoiler, inside of the skirt, just like in a little area in here or something, maybe, you know? Oh, that person has like antenna-like eyelashes also. So you could make the eyelashes more like antennas if you don't want to go for like the bottom corner of the wing element too. I think a single gold dangle earring on the opposite side of the neck bow would be cute detail. If it's long enough to go along where the hair ends, could add a silhouette. That's true. I wonder if there's a way you could shape an earring also to reference, like, what is it called? The proboscis? The little mouth bit that butterflies use to slurp up their nectar. You could curly cue it at the end or something. And then it could move around. That could be good. That's smart, that's clever, thank you. Let's see, anything else? Make the slit of the dress look like a cocoon opening. I don't really know what a cocoon looks like when it's opening in general, so I'm not sure what you mean, but maybe. Pachliopta aristolochiae seems to be a pink butterfly that occasionally has hearts instead of circles. That's interesting. That'd be a good note. Sure, to come up with some good options of butterflies you could reference or mimic for the design. Let me just see, is there anything else I can glean from my bookmarks here that might be nice or useful? A lot of people just stick wings straight up on the eye makeup, which is interesting. I have a lot of insect designs saved. Wow, okay. That actually might be the most useful of the things I've saved though. So, I don't think we need to go crazy with butterfly elements, but just a little bit more. Just a couple more hints towards it would probably be nice in some capacity. Like, you could reshape your buttons. This is a very realistic button, but you could reshape your button to have something that relates to a butterfly. I feel like the spiral's not a bad idea, because that's the end of their little mouth part when stylized. Or you could have something that feels like it's shaped like this. Why am I drawing in so low contrast? Elements that are shaped like this, because that's often a common stylization for butterflies in general. So maybe instead of having a ring here, you could have like what is almost like a clip holding those elements closed. Or maybe this is just a design that is on the ring itself, maybe. I want to keep it mostly black. The pink spotted swallowtail has a nice subtle pattern that could be added to the hem. Let me look at a pink spotted swallowtail. Pink spotted swallowtail. Bam. Let's see. Oh! Oh, wait! You know what might be so simple? Pink spotted swallowtails and other butterflies just have this, like, inverse scallop on the bottom edge, where it goes like this. And you could maybe incorporate that just into the bottom edge of the dress. And then maybe you get like an element that is like that under those like corner bits essentially. So that this feels more referential of a wing just in like a subtle way. Let me push that up just like a little bit. Because even if we don't add a pattern at the bottom edge, that might just be enough for us to get the hint, you know? Without taking it away from being as elegant as it is, you know? If you're ever gonna do like lacy stuff, you can have the wing pattern on them. That's true, that's true. And I feel like lace would visually make sense with this design also. Potentially. Let me just exaggerate this a little bit more. And then like maybe there's just like one more in here or something. You don't need to have quite as many as I've added, and I've kind of created a tangent where I've placed them, but having elements that feel like butterfly wings may be good. That pink spotted swallowtail does have like just like a little bit of a pattern at the bottom edge too, and you could subtly maybe reference that pattern down here, and maybe it doesn't have to be like super opaque like this, but that might just be another good little tiny hint to have. There's see-through butterflies. Oh, could be butterflies on the bracelet. Yeah, you could have like design elements. Maybe there's like an etched butterfly on this that's like nice and ornate or something. How do I draw a butterfly wing, for the love of God? You know how to do a butterfly wing, EG. You've drawn 8,000 of them for Snomiku. Their wings are shaped like this, more or less. And then like maybe you get like elements where we can see, yeah, here's what it's doing, like that or whatever. Or maybe there's like a little bit that stands out off of it, because those are his antennas or something. But just having a couple little subtle things throughout, I think would just push this design the little tiny bit of an extra mile that it needs. But I do love subtlety. I love subtlety sometimes. We don't always have to be super on the nose, super cartoony, super exaggerated. We can just be subtle sometimes. We can just be gentle about it sometimes. We don't have to go crazy. We can be subtle. Changing the sleeves of a wing shape that's sheer could be pretty. That's true. Could have something sheer as an element too. But yeah, just a little more. Just a little bit more of a reference to your concept would be great. Let me close all these things that I have open here because I'm getting overwhelmed by how many tabs I have open in Clip Studio. Whoops, I think I accidentally just closed someone's design. That's a spoiler. Let me reopen it. You can look at the spoiler for 1 second. We'll get to this one later. This one is pretty funny to have just sitting up for a minute with no explanation. Live critiques, model refs. I'm in the wrong folder entirely. Pink. I need this one. There we go. That'll come back. Yeah, we'll come back. We'll come back to that. New bingo, e.g. spoils. That's not a bad idea to add to bingo. I need to update the bingo soon. So I'm actually removing a couple things that haven't happened along idea. But add e.g. spoils design to bingo. We're writing as many words as possible right now. So that way I don't forget what that meant later. So, to start providing some critiques on the form here, first, focal point, I think works very effectively. The only saturated color in this design, period, was the hair and the eyes. So your head is pretty focal. I will say that your white, what do you call it, dress shirt, this sort of tied around your waist, is maybe a little distracting because it's high contrast. But I think my eyes are still ending up on your head first. So I'm willing to give you full points for it. Just note that if you're going to use this as a VTuber design, you may want to just push some of this back a little bit with values. Add some maybe darker shadows, because the contrast of this against this and then against this is a little bit strong maybe. But it's not too big of a deal. I think your head is working abundantly well as a focal point. Is the collar already wing-shaped? It is not. I edited it a little bit. I edited it to be maybe a little bit more butterfly wing-like, but it could be made to be even more butterfly wing-like. And that might be beneficial. Silhouette. I think that your design would benefit from just something a little more in the silhouette, just a little bit more of something. So the added little bit of antennas we added, making the eyelashes come to like a little ball at the end, like antennas, or like the little long bit at the end of a butterfly's wing would help. Changing the bottom edge of the dress to be more specific would help, or adding little antennas to your bracelet. But I think that you've already made specific decisions that had helped with hair asymmetry, your ribbon on your neck, the shape of your jacket. So I would say that we can just push the silhouette a little bit more, but I'd say it'd already be pretty decently recognizable. Don't have a lot of characters in VTubing with super clean, crisp bobs. Give me more super clean, crisp bobs in VTubing, please. Complexity versus clarity. This, I think, is where we're also adding some critiques. We just need a little more detail, just a tad, just a little bit more detail. And for clarity's sake, whoops, I keep going to the wrong one. Let me put you at the end of the line. So I stop clicking it. For clarity's sake, you may want a slightly darker color in here, so I can see this edge just a little better from the distance. And similarly, if this part is like behind the leg, we may want to darken it just a little bit more. For clarity's sake. So that reads as being the backside just a little bit better. And I think the least specifically designed part of this design is the shoes. I would like to see you pick a more specific pair of shoes. Your skirt and dress, I can tell you clearly used a reference for, and I'm so happy that you did. It's so nice and specific in its construction. Your boots, unfortunately, feel a little bit generic as a result in comparison, because we've got a tread, and then we sort of have just like a loosely drawn black shoe that is all one color and shape with no construction. So, find maybe a pair of shoes to reference, or just flesh these shoes out a little bit more, and I would be content with it. But I think you can do more with your shoes than you have right now. For color palette, I think your palette is fine. You do have a black, white, a color, a metal palette, but I'm not too bothered by it because your black and white areas have decent color undertones to them. So like the skirt here has a purple undertone to it. Almost to the degree that I might call it purple instead of black, but it seems like it's meant to represent the color black. But there's a nice purple undertone. Your white elements have a nice blue to purple undertone as well. So it doesn't end up feeling too bland as a color palette. You may benefit from just like a slightly different eye color. I feel like your eyes are nice and saturated already, but just to add maybe the extra little bit of flair that would take this design the extra mile, you could push your eyes to being a different hue. You are kind of analogous in your palette right now, with pink to purple being the entire range. Maybe just like a little bit of blues there. We could stay in the range of analogous if you just push your eyes to be a little bit more blue, or maybe a little bit more orange perhaps. I'm just gonna use a hue saturation slider to edit it and see what I can do. Like more purple might be nice, that's still analogous. And then they stand out a little bit more from your hair. Blues aren't bad. Ooh, there's like a blue-green in here that might be really nice too. Blue-greens tend to look real nice with pink because green is still technically the complementary color to pink because pink is just light red. So that might not be bad. That'll make the head really focal if you do that. So like there might be a lime green. Yeah, like that type of lime green might work really nicely too. But I might just push you to purple because that's closer to your original palette. And I feel like that might be agreeable if you're not super interested in changing your eye color to an extreme degree. But not bad. Color palette, I think it's fine. Edits are pretty minimal. I believe Twitter would call it a Robert. What's a Robert? What do you mean? Lime green eyes gorgeous though? I do agree. I think lime green eyes would be really pretty. I think sort of like a teal eye would be really pretty. But that's up to your decision. Just a slightly different eye color may get you some extra mileage in the pizzazz, in the visual interest department, you know? The Bob, it's a Robert. Oh, for the hair. I see. I know what you mean. Okay. For concept, I do think we can definitely push the butterfly element a little bit further, but you don't have to be crazy about it. You don't have to be on the nose about it. You don't have to be super exaggerated about it. Just find a couple small places to reference it more, and I think you will be golden. I thought this design was very elegant, and I thought this design was pretty efficient. So that is why I put it on the fridge. This is why it stood out to me amid the sea of designs I tend to look at. So, our grade here is 2, 4, 7, 8, 9 out of 10. Ooh, big grades. 9 out of 10. Okay. I didn't happen to see what the average vote was, so I don't know what grade the Shrewmates think we will have overall today. Seems pretty high so far, though, you know? Pretty good. Can we get a round of applause for Kilta, pretty please? If you guys have any other suggestions, though, you are welcome to also list them here while we are clapping. Can we get a round of applause, please? Thank you, Kilta, for submitting, and I hope I've given you some confidence to stick with this design. 6 out of 10 was the mainstay. Oh, so both of our designs so far are over that. Did we do the ladder? No, but I will now. You reminded me before I was done, so it doesn't count on your bingo. Ha ha! Hee hee! Ha ha! You thought you could get away with it. I haven't moved to the next design yet, so it still, legally, counts. Your sleeves are kind of at different heights. Okay, and then that little thing's on one side, your bob. your eyes and your eyelashes, that piece of hair, you've got the top of your headpiece there, and then your hair is tall on one side but not the other. 9 out of 10. Do you want to climb this ladder? Be real with me. Be so for real with me. There's no way to climb this ladder. We've got asymmetry pretty much everywhere and broken rungs. There's nothing happening down here for you to even step on. And there's good clustering up around the head, which is everything that we want. The answer is no! No ladder climbing! You pass! Yay! I'll try it. Farewell. My final word. Good luck out there, Undead Diver. I don't know if you'll make it back to us, but good luck. But yeah, it definitely passes from a ladder standpoint, don't worry. Teacher, do you collect your homework? My bingo! I'm ruining your bingo because the Shroomates are being kind and reminding me of things. But, there we go. Nice. Okay. So, 9 out of 10! Good work! I actually have it on the same layer as the ladder. Of grade. That's okay though. We'll move to the next one. Let me get a sip of my beverage though. Oh, a single seared scallop. Thank you for following also. Sorry, I'm a little late reading that. I was a little locked in accidentally. Happy to be back. Well, welcome back, Lucky Moon. Let's see. Rune has a paragraph if any of you need that for your bingo. I don't have it on mine, but I know some of you might have it. I actually think I will check any boxes for this one. How do I get a bingo card again? Oh, usually we have that pinned and we don't right now, so let me pin that. Thank you, Dia, for sending it again. Let me pin it. There you go, bingo card. Pinned. So this is Rune, who uses the pronoun she/her and can be found at runeskies.bluesky. Hi, this is my first ever try at making a Vtuber character design. I haven't posted her on any of my socials as of right now. I'm an artist first and foremost, and my goal is to eventually make and rig Vtuber models. So I want to try making my own model first, and maybe use her as the face of my account. I'm at the first major stage, character design, so that's why I'm here. I would love to hear your opinion. And you will. Wahahaha. My character's name is Runaria. She is a dream keeper, someone who records dreams. In the world she's in, dreams hold significant meaning and impact everyday life. I read that strangely. Meaning and impact everyday life. Runaria has a role similar to fortune tellers, but instead she guides people through their dreams by materializing their dreams and entering the dream world. I don't have anything super fleshed out at the moment, but I'm sure about these things. 1, Runaria is able to float in the dream world. 2, instead of worlds, she uses glyphs to record dreams. Or not worlds, words rather. So everything is in the form of symbols and drawings. Probably need more glyph motifs. I meant for her hat to be a fluffy star shape that resembles a pillow when she's inside dreams. This hat can enlarge and turn into a giant cloud that she can sit on and fly around with. I'll maybe show this part in illustrations. She doesn't use a feather quill, she uses a glass pen. Ooh, I like glass pens. Those are cool. I feel like we don't see those very often. These are my goals when designing her. 1, dreamy, cozy vibes. I also want her to look as approachable as possible in a way that would make people ease and open up to her. 2, her scholarly/journalist presence from recording dreams for so long. Dreamkeepers like her are rare, so she's always a little bit overworked. But instead of showing her exhaustion, I want her dedication to show through. I also don't want glasses in her design. If there's any way to achieve the scholarly look without glasses, I would love to know. I actually have a suggestion for you. I have 2 suggestions, maybe. We'll figure that out, though. And please help me with 1, motifs. Dream motifs, journalist motifs, whatever else can help portray what she's about. I don't want to overload her design with intricate details, though. Fair and understandable. Her overall design in respect to the world she's in. I want her to be in a somewhat modern world. Her appearance when she's in the real world is your casual everyday look, but in the dream world, it's the design I attached. I want modern elements to influence the dream world design. Finally, for anything else, please feel free to critique. Also, if you think the things I went for somewhat come into conflict with each other, please feel free to correct it. Noted. Yes. Pink! Yes. So, I'm going to take a sip of my beverage, and I'm going to ponder for 1 moment, and then I will unleash my thoughts upon you, while you also maybe think. Coffee. So, to address a couple of the elements here, I don't think this design feels at all modern. If you are attempting to design something that is supposed to feel like it would be set in a decently modern world, I don't think this is doing it. This feels very much fantasy formal to me. This feels very fantasy and historic. And that's likely because nowadays we don't wear a lot of capes, we don't wear a lot of corsets, we don't wear a lot of elements that are very frilled, we don't tend to have super designed up skirts like this. I think the only elements that feel particularly modern are probably the socks. Because even this book has a certain, like, whimsy to it that doesn't read as scholar. Yeah, you're definitely reading a little bit more magical girl than you are scholar. And I think the amount of ribbons that are here is influencing it. This might be a tie, or maybe it's actually a layer underneath, I'm not certain. But it reads as a ribbon. This reads as a ribbon. These little bookmark tabs are little teeny tiny ribbons. You have ribbons in your hair, a ribbon on your hat. Those things I think are pushing you to feel magical girl-like. And similarly, the one-sided cape has the type of whimsy that we tend to associate with magical girls, or maybe even idols. So if you are okay with not appearing very modern, this would be okay. But if you are aiming for a more modern scholar type of look, unfortunately, we may have to cut some of the whimsy out. You may want to look into, like, academia styles. There's dark academia, there's light academia as just, like, two baseline pieces. You may want to look into the attire that is often worn by, like, teachers and professors in the modern day, because they tend to be the ones that are setting the modern standard for what a scholar looks like. But yeah, modern times don't have the whimsy that other past times had, unfortunately, which is sad almost. But you may want to go for, like, a more modern, like, vest design that is like a sweater vest, perhaps. For your shirt, you may want something that's a more modern blouse, per se. For your necktie, you may want something that's a little bit more modern in that capacity, if you're going for modern. So if that is what you want, I think this is going to need a complete overhaul in terms of visual tone, but I'm going to try and work with what we have here to, like, make these elements more effective for what they are, having noted those things down. So I think that's the first element that is maybe not working, given what information you provided to us already. I do think that there is something that is slightly scholarly about this that I am able to read, which to me is mostly coming from the book. This is clever. This is a cute accessory. And I think that the hat is almost getting close to something scholarly. There might be something we can do to make it more scholarly, though, you know? Tapu, how. Thank you for following, I appreciate it. Hope they keep the whimsy for purely biased reasons. That's fine. You are welcome to keep the whimsy. You may just want to cut the modern setting out if that is the case, though. Make it a beret. Yes, you could make this a beret, which would be more scholarly. Or if you made this hat into something that feels more like, oh, what do you call it? I don't want to call it like a graduation cap, but kind of. Where you could have it be almost like star-like and plush on the back. You can have this ribbon be the part that sort of like wraps around this part of the head. And then you can see that there's like almost like a tassel coming out from behind it or something. That might feel like a very scholarly style of hat. There's a lot of mikus for snow miku that often have this style of hat, which is interesting. No, not a fez. But this might be a very scholarly style of hat to wear. I haven't drawn it very well here, but just looking at graduation wear may be worthwhile. Because the other thing that may help you to feel more scholarly is going for a stole. Or, oh, there's another word for it other than stole. But it's like the long collar element that is worn for graduations a lot of the time. So you already have this thing on your shoulder. But if you had it longer, and if you had it on both sides, it might need to be a different color if we're going to have your book over there. But this is something that we also associate shape-wise with scholarly endeavors, because while it does originate in the church, churches were very much a place of learning and very much a place of recording and documenting history. So a lot of their stylings and fashion did end up becoming a part of our modern interpretation of what scholars look like a lot of the time, you know? No, they said no glasses, but what if the glasses are hanging on a chain? I'm going to imagine that them saying no glasses means no glasses, period. No glasses at all. So I'm going to see if we can avoid adding them in general. But I will say, picking a design that is meant to be a scholar or something like that and being immediately against one of the most effective bits of shorthand for depicting that maybe doesn't work super well, you know? When they say glasses, do they mean a bifocal? Because a monocle could work? I'm going to assume that them specifying they're against glasses means glasses, period. No glasses in any way, shape, or form whatsoever. I would probably guess, you know? I feel like that would be the case. Oh, Flan, thank you for following, I appreciate it. It's a tie that gives more scholarly, but definitely not modern. Yeah. Honestly, I feel like if you just switched a couple of the shapes here to not be as ruched, that might help. Oh, everything I've drawn to this point has been on the wrong layer. Whoops, I think we're too far in to go back. But like, this could just be a tie. And then we could see like at the top that this is like the part where it's tied off or something around the neck. And then it's a tie, and then that makes it clearer. Colors are not helping the modern point. That's true. We don't tend to dress as pastel or monochromatically as modern scholars. We tend to dress, if we are dressing monochromatically, we tend to dress very neutrally. We're not usually trying to stand out, you know? So that might be worthwhile, maybe. Another wrong layer EG for the peeps? Yeah, I guess if you need it, that's fine. You can have it. Tartan, maybe? Tartan's not a bad pattern idea. Plaids and things like that do feel a little bit scholarly, because we do associate them with being worn in like private schools, maybe. But I don't know if this counts as a uniform. I don't know if it read as a uniform to me. My edits are making it more uniform-like, but I don't know if it's all the way there. So, you would probably want to make this feel more modern. There's more elements we could add or edit that could make you feel a little bit more scholarly. Because I think you're approaching a scholarly look, but I don't know if you're all the way there yet, unfortunately. You can do more for it. For motifs that are letting us know that you relate to dreams, I feel like Stars and Moon are maybe on the right track. When we think about dreaming, we often think of like counting sheep or people having their head in the clouds and things like that. So I wonder if there could be another motif to come out of that that would be effective for conveying that angle. The other thing that I was thinking about that might be kind of silly and might overcrowd the head but could convey a dream angle is if you had a sleep mask. That would be a very quick and easy shorthand to tell us that you relate to sleeping. There's not a lot of elements that people tend to wear consistently when they're sleeping. Clock hand symbol on the tie is a nice element for a dream. Clock hand symbol on the tie. Is that what that was? It was a clock hand symbol? I feel like they could make it more of a clock hand symbol, but I don't know if I necessarily read it that way. Watch could be used to track dreams somehow, maybe. Maybe for Dream World, maybe adding cool colors. This is her in-dream look. It is her in-dream look. I guess in the dream you wouldn't need to have your sleep mask, but I fear that a viewer who is just looking at this design might not be able to understand what is going on, even if, like, you know, out of universe we understand that already. So you having a grandfather / cuckoo clock. I feel like I think of those ones as having, like, hands that are, like, they do have all the detail, but they tend to have, like, a much bigger point on the tip of them, don't they? Although maybe I'm just wrong. Maybe I haven't seen that style. Could be. Could be just that I don't understand that reference. Imagine the sleep mask has glasses. No. No. Let's not torture her. No. But I think that we could make the dream element clearer. I wonder if there is something that we can do to combine some elements where if this is the in-dream version of her, maybe she is wearing something that is halfway between a nightgown and, like, scholarly clothing. Because when you graduate from school anyway, you wear a cap and gown, so maybe the shape of it could feel similar to that. And then that could be modern. You overlay it with still like maybe the capelet and the stole or like a tie or something. But it's more clearly like a nightgown that's being worn. It's like a lighter, silkier material or something. Yeah, maybe the cap could be like a sleeping bonnet or something similar to that. I feel like there's elements that we could combine here in a clever way to get sleeping and scholar. But I don't think that's occurring right now. I thought she was wearing full sleeves. Maybe the pink part could be slightly bigger so we can tell better. Oh, you're right. She's not wearing full sleeves. I also thought she was wearing full sleeves. That would be a critique in the color department for sure for me. I believe that the skin could be maybe a degree or so darker or lighter. So that way we can tell the difference between it and the color of the skin going on here. These are actually the exact same value, except one is just slightly more saturated than the other. So, shading would help. Maybe a slightly less pale skin color would help. But similarly, both the skin and the sleeves are so close to pure white. They don't need to be. They don't need to be pure white, you know. They can be a little bit darker because they'll feel bright in comparison to elements around them, as long as you have a couple darker colors around them too, you know. Hi, Lunana. And hi, Kit. Welcome in. I will have a snack. I will eat another pretzel and chew menacingly. Make it a blue undertone for the sleeves. That would help, but there's not actually any value or saturation in the sleeves right now for me to add that to, so it might get extreme very quickly, but let me see. Let's see. That's a colder undertone, which I think is kind of helping. But I don't know if that's enough yet. I feel like we would need more still than that to see the difference clearly. I think having the off-the-shoulder sleeves, disconnected sleeves, is another thing that is leading us to think that this is a magical girl or an idol. Because those are the only two contexts in which we would realistically see this IRL. It may also be, I may also be reading this sort of in the, what's what I'm looking for? In the vernacular of Genshin character design, of Hoyoverse character design. Ooh, I have to cough. Hang on. Let me mute myself so I can cough and clear my throat. Hang on. There we go, I'm good. Needs more value, yes. But I would definitely connect the sleeve. I think that you have all the conventions of Genshin or Hoyoverse character design, which is what's making you not feel modern and what is making you not feel as clearly like a scholar as you could. Connect your sleeves so that they read as a blouse instead, perhaps. I see suggestions for like fluffy style socks. Those could be cute. If you switched your shoes out for something that feels like a slipper, that could also work maybe. A lot of your overworked scholars will only be wearing slippers in their office. I can tell you that is true because I have been that overworked scholar. And I've been around a lot of those overworked scholars. But if we could just add up more small hints, that would probably help. I'm just gonna fluffify these around the edge. And we can pretend that these are fluffy slippers. And maybe, since this sock is lower, it could probably be baggier at the bottom to show that it's been pushed down and it's not sitting at its full height, which would be better for the asymmetry just a little bit. But yeah, I think there's definitely some room for clarifying the concept here and making it more effective. I do still think that she looks cozy and friendly. I think the facial expression is doing a lot for that. For your hair, I know this is unshaded right now, but we definitely are going to need the shading to be at least somewhat strong in this area because there's not a lot of clarity. I think the gold you've used is also just too similar in value to your hair to be that clear. Let me just do something here. Let me remove my edits, other than the one I can't. And I'm going to remove all of your saturation. You don't get any. And you will notice the design is like 80% lighter than maybe even like 30% gray. The hair and the ribbons are the exact same value. The skin and the sleeves are the exact same value. The dress and the legs are almost the exact same value. Really, the only variety in value is coming from this one darker pink color we have, almost exclusively in the upper body and not in a very great amount. Not a very large or broad amount. So I've distributed a little bit more of that color. And my shading that I was doing in here is helping to make it clearer, oops, where the ribbon stops and the hair starts, perhaps. But I feel like we would still need to do more, you know? We just need a little bit more contrast in our values. And I had to make those pretty dark and saturated to make that clearer, you know? Didn't even notice there was a ribbon there. Yep, there's a ribbon there. I feel like this hair ribbon might be another reason why we're taking this somewhat unseriously, why you don't feel like you are as serious of a scholar. Ribbons we tend to associate with like youth and whimsy and things like that, which is why we were looking at idols and magical girls as being more similar, because those are two types of professions where youth and whimsy are sort of prioritized, perhaps. If you are supposed to be a respected, hardworking scholar, they may just be a little bit too cutesy for that. You may just do better without them a little bit. Can see if we can recreate the look with modern clothes. Like the top could be a blouse with puffy long sleeves, waistcoat instead of a cape, half on doctor coat to get the impression but stay modern. Yeah, we could just go shopping and replace these elements with a more modern equivalency, yes. I thought those were drills. Drills? Oh, like hair drills? Not quite. Not quite. But I do think that you would be better off without these. I know that they make you feel approachable, but pigtails will already do that. Pigtails often feel very youthful to us as well, and that may be working against you reading as a journalist slash almost like archiver of dreams too. We tend to think of braids as being more serious. Braids are, you know, pulling the hair back and containing it in a professional manner. So maybe you could have like braids in this region and that would feel more professional, a little bit fancier. Something like that. That also maybe feel a little bit more modern too, as long as they're not like super crazy extravagant braids. The sleepy pink gradient down to the white on the wrist to help make it different from the skin at the top. Yeah, we could do like an inverse of this gradient. Up here. Let me transition it a little bit more nicely and then I'll blur it. I don't think it needs to be that dark either, but like that does help to clarify what's going on in that area. True. Some hourglass motifs might be interesting too, since that also has some references to dreams. Sure, that could be good also, but I think generally what we're getting at here is that the concept, the way that the elements of the concept that you would like to come across to us are not quite working the way that they should be. I wouldn't say that they're invisible. I don't think they're completely unclear. But I think that you may need to go back to the drawing board as far as the outfit goes. You could either say whatever to the elements of the concept that aren't working. You could say, well, it doesn't have to be modern. Yeah, it's okay if you don't feel like a respected, like, older scholar. Being a little bit of a magical girl in the dreams, that's fine. If that's okay, that's fine. But if you want to stick with the elements you've chosen for your concept, we're gonna need to sort of like rework most of the elements, like clothing, your hairstyle, motifs, many things. There's definitely clever ways to combine sleeping and scholars we were talking about, and we just have to find them. We have to find them and then apply them. Here. For color palette, I do think that your color palette needs a lot more contrast in it. Most of your colors have no value and they're only saturation other than this one. So add more value to some of your colors. If the design doesn't work in grayscale, it's not going to work very clearly in color. So that is something to keep in mind. The clarity isn't that bad with the colors, but we were definitely losing your skin into your sleeve and your ribbons into your hair. We couldn't even see them. So push your contrast a bit. For silhouette, I think silhouette is the area I am the least worried about for you. Your hat is very specific. You've got some asymmetrical elements from your ribbons and from your longer sleeve on the one side and your book. So I'm not so worried about silhouette for you. You're nice and asymmetrical. You've got a lot of elements that impact your silhouette. But, you know, your slippers being fuzzy would probably be even stronger for silhouette. So just keep that in mind, maybe. But it's not too bad the way that it is right now. For complexity versus clarity, I think the level of detail here is fine. You've got some nice little texture and pattern elements in the ends of your sleeves. Moon and stars make sense for dreams because that's what the sky is doing while we are asleep. So that's fine. And I like the way that you've incorporated this moon into the bottom part of the skirt where it feels like it's part of the construction of the skirt. That's cool. If the tie was actually a grandfather clock hand, that was also potentially clever, although maybe it could be, or maybe it would read more clearly if we had like a second one, or if that was the gold part instead of the pink part of the tie, maybe. But I think the little detail is mostly fine. I don't want to see you over-designed. For focal point, I don't actually know what the focal point would be. I screwed up because I drew right on the base image. So if you ignore this thing, would you guys say that the head is focal? Do the close your eyes and snap your eyes to something bit. I think I was still coming here first, even without having drawn these over top. And secondarily, I was looking here. There's just a lot of contrast here. We've got a really bright white next to the darkest color in the design, next to a lighter color, and gold. This is really the only strong vertical element outside of the goofiness I added in here. So that ends up drawing my attention a good bit. Tie and the moon. Ah, the moon just feels like a very specific icon, and it is unique in the fact that there's not a lot of gold elsewhere in the design. So I do end up drawing here too. I think the problem is just that there's less contrast around the head than there is anywhere else in the design. Your hair and your ribbons are blending together as far as value goes. Your eyes are the same color as your hair itself is. There's not much making your head unique here. So, classic EG solutions often are add contrast. We did that for your hair. Maybe change your eye color. This is really going to be the EG changes everyone's eye color stream, perhaps. Pink fellas love to be monochromatic, but we may learn that often we are better served by adding just one little accent color to a design. And same as we said for the previous fella, a green or a purple or something like that might work pretty well. If we're looking for something that feels a little bit more dreamlike, a purple or a blue might be nice because people were talking about that feeling dreamlike, so a cool color might not be a bad idea. Green's not a bad idea. I don't want to go red because that might feel aggressive and you're trying to feel welcoming and calm. Make the eyes gold to keep with the palette. I feel like you're saying that because you want to check that off on your bingo. I'm not always a very big fan of gold eyes because they don't have the contrast they need. In this case, they might be saturated enough that it wouldn't be too bad, but I feel like it would be stronger if they had a different color. Could be like dark blue, like the night. That's true. I don't have to just change that. I could change the value also. I'm losing your eye highlights, so it's a little bit creepy right now, but we could go for something dark. Let me remove the highlights from the mask, or like just give you eye highlights back. Nope. Hello? Hello? And then you don't feel creepy anymore. Actually, nice dark blue eyes might be kind of like relaxing and soothing in a nice way. I wonder if having just like a purple-ish blue color gradient happening, let me see, color, would be nice for the sort of like soothing night sky elements that are out there. So I know you're gradating this down into pink, but what if instead of pink it was purple? So that way your cape becomes the night sky because it already has stars in it. And then we could distribute the purple maybe just in like one or two other little places. I don't even want it to be that strong, just like slightly purple colored here. So like that becomes a little bit purple. Maybe it goes somewhere else too, but yeah. You know, she's a moon at the bottom, maybe moon highlights for the eyes. That could be cute and clever, but yeah. That could definitely work. Purple pops softly, yeah. Indigo eyes, maybe. So that would help to make your head more focal, because right now, there are some elements that are decently distracting us from it. So, I think that is the grade overall. Did I address all of your things that you need help with? Motifs, dream motifs, journalist motifs. Journalists are hard. There's not like an inherent motif for a journalist. Journalists we tend to think of as using like a pad of paper and a pen to quickly take notes, or as having a camera on them. So those are elements that might make for good accessories, perhaps? And you are also recording things, but there's not like a super concise motif for a journalist. Journalists have that hat. I don't know what that hat is you're talking about. Maybe a pen in her hair. Yeah, like a pen behind the ear might make sense, but I feel like you're reading more as an archivist or a scholar, and that'll be fine. If you look like an archivist or a scholar of some sort, people will be willing to believe that you are involved in journalism or documentation in some capacity, because there's enough overlap visually between those types of occupations for it to be all right. For the dream element, we definitely need to incorporate sleepwear or something else that makes us think of that, because I don't know if it's coming across very clearly right now. Kind of a fedora with paper in the brim. 1 second, I'll put it in suggestions. Ooh. Okay. I'm not sure I'm familiar with that. Let me see. Outfit like this with a color change could work. Yeah! Oh no, there's like 30 pixels in this image, unfortunately. I think Discord crushed it. But yeah, this is a much more modern scholar type of outfit. This is definitely in the like dark-ish academia vibe, but plaid, sweater vest, blouse, what do you call them? Like not saddle shoes. Oh, what are these called? There's a name for these, but something like this would be more modern as a take. That's a good suggestion. Let me see. Did it show up? Oh, these ones. You could do this, but I feel like this would get away from the dream angle. Loafers. Yeah, loafers. That's what I want. Thank you. That's fair. Maybe? I feel like people might look at this style of hat if it doesn't say press in it, and they may think of a detective before they think of a journalist. Because I don't know actually how often I've seen this hat. Now that I'm seeing it, I'm like, it's somewhat familiar to me, but this might just be my own lack of frame of reference for this, maybe. But worth considering if you're going to redesign your hat. Maybe. But yeah. Looks like a detective hat. Yeah, it's coming across that way. I've never seen that hat. Okay. Toby from Gravity Falls had it. Okay. I didn't really watch much Gravity Falls, so that might be why I'm unfamiliar. Detectives and journalists are pretty close to each other. And if that isn't just the issue. Detectives and teachers and professors and scholars and journalists and photographers and artists kind of all dress sort of similarly a lot of the time. Maybe detectives less so than the others, but everyone's doing like soft academia these days. Seen it in older media. Okay. So for someone that is slightly modern, somewhat modern, it might make sense. The world she's in, want her to be in a somewhat modern world. Casual everyday look, but in dream world it's a design I attach. I want modern elements to influence the dream world design. I think that is not working, and we did go over why. So I think that would be, I think I've answered what your questions were for the most part here. So I will give you a grade. I did still put your design on the fridge because I enjoyed the asymmetrical elements in your design. And I think you have a smart and maybe clever concept, but I think we can execute on it more effectively. I think that there is a lot of potential in this concept that could be very fun, but we need to capitalize on it, you know? Maybe this kind of hat. Oh my god, it's a Koopa Troopa. Maybe. That is a very modern hat. Oh, look at her. She's got her little Nikon or Canon camera, little film camera down here. It's got its prism. We have like 6 cameras in our house that look like this. But yeah, it seems like there's a variety of hats that could work both for a scholar angle and for a journalist angle that may be more effective than the current hat we have here. Yeah, newsboy hat. But overall, what do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 out of 10, I believe is what we have here. If I counted correctly, which I think I did. I just noticed you have wet fingers. I do. I am optimized for the ocean. I'm a better swimmer now than ever before. Maximum drag makes each stroke when I'm swimming more effective. E.g., your design could be so easily Koopaed. What do you mean? Do you think so? I feel like it wouldn't be easily Koopaed. What are you gonna do? Just give him my glasses? I don't know if I can picture what you mean by that. But could we get a round of applause for Rune, please? Thank you for submitting your design to be critiqued, Rune, and I wish you good luck with your designing and with your practicing of live 2D model making. I know that ain't easy, so I salute you for the effort. If only my hand tracking worked. Bop. Thank you. Thank you for submitting. Also, because I don't want the shroommates to get bingo, I'm going to just do a ladder test in post. Hee hee. I bet you thought I was gonna forget. Ha 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 ha. Not today. Okay, you didn't have that otherwise. This tie was longer like that. This is only on one side. I think there's stuff going on here. Hair, there's that thing only on that side. Those things on that side. That's not real. Or, I mean, it's real, it's just not a part of the final design. That's the ladder. And I'm not worried about it. Joke's on you, E.g. already got bingo going for second. I'm one away from bingo, but I don't think it's gonna happen. I don't think I'm getting it. I think I can be one away from bingo a second time, though, on our next design, but we'll see. Anyways, this passes as far as ladder check goes. Asymmetry, clustering around the head, those are things we want to see. Not a normal or regular or average looking ladder by any means, but thank you for submitting your design critique, Rune. Good luck out there. I'll sort you to the end there so I can keep you for counting. And now I get to check a box for Dark Sclera. Wahoo! Yippee! There's actually a little bit of overlap between this design and one of the other ones as far as some of the motifs go. Mm-hmm. When is the Edie doesn't forget the ladder and is being smug about it category? I am kind of smug about it, aren't I? So, here we have Chris Nevermore, who uses pronouns she/her and can be found at Chris Nevermore. She is a wisp flame with a pastel prep alt aesthetic. There are hints to a certain video game character I really adore in her character. She encompasses my edgelord cringe youth, wrapped in the pink sparkle and whimsy of my adulthood. There's a submission under the name Namari Loon. I don't know or I'd like if that was removed as the design is obsolete. It was removed, don't worry. It's gone, I believe. But this one is here. This is one of my favorite today. She's so pretty. She is pretty. I think there's some very cool and interesting, clever things happening here. First of all, we haven't actually looked at the silhouette of any of these. I haven't done this. But look at that silhouette! Look at it! Look at that silhouette! Look at that! Everything is adding to silhouette. The hair has some nice movement to it. It's very clearly made of fire. So this is like the ponytail at the top. I think these bits back here are her dreads, but I'm not sure about these. These may also be dreads attached to her head, but I wasn't sure if they were belts either because of their positioning. But all of her hair elements are adding to her silhouette. We love to see it. There's good asymmetry in the silhouette also. Her one sleeve being shorter than the other, I feel like might be a little bit unnecessary. I feel like that is not as realistic or believable asymmetry. It feels a little bit shoot in, but I think the belts being asymmetrical, the socks being asymmetrical, the hair being asymmetrical, those are things that we are willing to accept and believe, and we understand them for asymmetry. They feel natural and realistic, maybe. Despite the fact that you are otherwise very much inhuman, from your ear shape to your hair being made of fire. Yeah, silhouette, literally fire. Literally fire. Really long wicks with the flames are cute. I guess these would maybe qualify more as wicks. You're right. From the overall shape of them, because they are larger too. Yeah. So silhouette. Not concerned. Not worried. I do think that the sleeves being different is a little strange right now, and I think you may have added just slightly too much detail to the sleeves down here. I feel like this sleeve could just be long without the pleating in it, and that would be okay and wouldn't be too overwhelming. If one of your sleeves is going to terminate in something that's fuzzy, Maybe the clouds at the bottom of the sleeve here should also be that fluffy material just for consistency. So that way the two different sides of your jacket don't feel so dissimilar to each other, you know? I'm not sure if I'm getting the reference to the character that they're referencing. Do any of you have the guess about what the video game character they really adore is? Do you have a guess? Who do you think it is? Because I don't know if I know. There's like little candies with eyeballs on them. There's stars and cakes. And then there's like a flower, another star, some chains. There's this little like star-shaped thing with a flame in it and more flowers. Grillby? I'm not sure who that is. Is it Squall Leonhart? The jacket's similar. Oh, wait, it is kind of a Squall Leonhart jacket. A little bit. I see what you mean. Maybe. Kirby. I could see from the stars and like little fruit symbols, maybe Kirby. Perhaps. Maybe I won't be able to guess it. But that is interesting just to know that there is a reference to a character in here. Grillby from Undertale? Let me look up that fella so I can see. Alas, I have not played an Undertale, so I don't know much about it. Oh, you're saying Grillby because fire, but I feel like there might be more to it. Maybe. Evil Pinkie Pie, but she's in a video game character. Maybe Vincent Valentine? I don't know if Vincent Valentine. I don't know if I see Vincent Valentine in here. Vincent is so edgy to a degree that I feel like this would not be reflective of. Celeste because of strawberries. Maybe Star Instinct's Pokemon. We're getting off topic. I was just curious if anyone knew what it might be. So, generally, I think that this design is going to be stronger once it has shading, because right now the area around your head ends up being a little bit low clarity, and around your leg right here is a little bit low clarity too. So if I go like this and add a multiply layer, we can like push some of your hair parts back so I can tell they're behind you, and that'll make it clearer where the front of your hair is versus the back of your hair, because a lot of this is just blending together a bit for me. So push those back, erase this out there. That'll help it to stand out against your collar a little bit better too. And your hair where it's behind your ears could probably also be darker, like that maybe. And where this creeps out from behind you, it could probably be darker too. So we can separate it from the fluff just a little bit more clearly. Similarly over here, just drop shadows. Nothing too crazy. That adds a lot of dimension and depth. And it helps me to read the fire going behind your head more clearly also. Straps in the higher collar, that makes me think of Vincent. Oh, you mean like these types of straps? The, like button clasp bits? I see what you mean. Okay, so I added more contrast through that first. So, having done that, I feel like there are a number of elements that are too small to read all that clearly from a distance right now. I think there's elements that could benefit from more exaggeration. I think this design is yearning for more exaggeration, just like in general. Because the hair has great exaggeration. The hair has great silhouette. But the clothing isn't really doing the same. Like if you had, whoops, hang on. Like sharper, more padded shoulders, that would feel like it's edgier with the rest of the design in an interesting way, maybe. And then that's more exaggerated. I think that some of the detailing throughout is just not big enough. This star is so big compared to everything else, though, that it may need shrunken down just a bit. Collar's decent, but otherwise, yeah. Collar's fine. I might even say you could make the collar a little bigger. And the belt is probably fine. But, like, the skirt is so close to the body. The skirt could be pushed out a little bit into the silhouette a little bit. If we could see more of the layers behind it. It almost feels like you're vacuum sealed into the skirt a little bit right now. For your belts, we don't really see the buckles for them, so it feels like we're missing sort of like an important part of construction. Maybe this star to me might feel a little bit more integrated if this was what your belt buckle was. So like if you have the inside of it cut out so that the belt can pass through it, and then maybe you have like the, what do you call it? The little tong thing that holds the belt. Loop in, and then you have like just like a little secondary thing for it to slide through, or maybe you have something where like, oh, we can tell that this is, you know, attached onto the skirt in some way. Those are just little like realistic details that help to flesh it out a little more. E.g. shrinking stuff instead of making it larger. I didn't shrink it, I just took some of the blue out of it. I integrated it into the belt just maybe a little bit more, and integrated it into the skirt so it doesn't feel like it's floating so much. I know people will wear belts just sort of on top of skirts or on top of clothing sometimes, but it can feel just like a little bit out of place. Is this based on the zombie chainsaw girl? I don't know. It could be. Push either the pink or the blue to be more saturated because they're the same tone. Yeah. Hang on, so we'll get to some more of those things. We haven't really gone to color yet. I'm still working on level of detail right now. So your earrings. I can tell that you've used a chain brush for your earrings, and the level of detail of that chain brush is so high compared to everything else that I don't know if it's working very well. And they're just so small. They're just so little. All the little bits of chain, they're so tiny. You would do better with a more stylized approach to the chain probably. And if you had a chain that like wasn't that particular, like just like that style of chain. From this distance, we really don't need much from a chain to believe it's a chain. You could just go like this. And we'd be like, all right, yep, that's a chain. That's connecting it. That reads more clearly. I can see that better from a distance. Star-shaped chains, that could be cool. This is a pretty small area, so I don't know if we need to super flesh out the chain, but maybe, yeah, maybe you have like a link in the chain that is a star somewhere or something. Fill the pink in inside here so we can see it better. But like that could be fun. Just for fleshing out the jewelry a little bit more. I fear I don't understand the combination of motifs. There are a lot of motifs here. If you guys have 5+ motifs on your bingo, you could check that off because we have fire, that's 1. We have stars, that's 2. Stars are everywhere. We have like fluffy fur, that's 3. We have flowers that are repeating in a couple places. Yeah, they're down here, they're in the earrings. It's 4. We have hearts, which you have a heart here, you've got hearts in your sock. I think there's at least a couple little heart stickers in here, that's 5. We did stars. What have I not repeated? Ribbons aren't really throughout, they only appear in one place. This is kind of repeating the star and the fire motif. Maybe it is just 5. But that's a lot of little elements. We may want to reduce the quantity of things, be more concise. You can have a maximalistic design, but I think there might just be a little bit too much going on with it. There's a little too much variety in elements, and sometimes less is more. We don't need hearts and stars in every single place on the jacket, maybe, but you can have maybe little clusters of them. So maybe you get like a heart and a star that are closer together there, and maybe you get a star or something that's closer to this little thing here. Maybe your piece of candy gets one little thing near it. Maybe we don't need quite as many little things down here in the sleeve. We can understand that these are stars and this is a sky down here, somewhat clearly. Your flowers, I feel like we could just eliminate as a motif. They may be important to you, but they're not feeling visually important to me because they're very small. So it might just be better to remove them so there's not as many things. We could use the candies instead. We could use the stars instead. We could use these little pieces of cake that are in here. We could use the moon would be another motif that is in here. That's 6. So I think we could pare down further. Oh, because there's stars and flowers in your socks also. Yeah, I think moons and flowers we could do without. The stars already convey the night sky to us, I think, clearly enough. You could replace this moon on the collar with something else, maybe. And that might be clearer. Maybe you just go for this, like, shooting star effect for the necklace charm instead. And then that's the whole necklace, is just shooting star. And we don't need to add more to it, you know? Yeah, we can focus in. We can reduce down to having 4 motifs instead of 6. For Taro, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Caught a stream. Good to see you, Teach. Good to see you too. How are you? I hope you're doing well. What do you call it? The fishnets on the legs. I think they're creatively designed, but I think that the details are maybe just too small on them. Let me just go over this. If the star, instead of taking up that block, took up a block like this. Let me see. I am so bad at freehanding stars. I don't even know why I try and freehand stars. Look at that beautiful star. Star. That's better. And then we could like connect that into there somehow or something. I don't know why I can't select the right color. Come on, work with me. And like maybe that goes in there and that goes there and that goes there. And like there's some way it connects or something. And there's less of them. And there's more clarity between them. Then we'll be able to read that those are stars and hearts and flowers. Maybe not flowers, we remove that. But just make them bigger. Add more space between them so we can tell what they are from a distance. Because I think it's clever to have them in the design of the fishnets. I just think they're a little bit too much right now. Also, I think that they're just maybe a little too low contrast. Whoops! I'm moving the hue instead of the saturation. Whoop. They're just kind of low contrast right now. It may be better if you darkened them or just lightened them a little bit more. If you're going for the sort of like pink sparkle whimsy, a brighter color for it might be a little bit better. Stream connection's better on Twitch, really? Is it really? Usually YouTube is more stable. Twitch usually is the one that's having funny little troubles with it, but if that's the case, hell yeah, we'll take it. Oh, ribbons also. Ribbons only appear in one place. I would not put ribbons down here if you don't have ribbons somewhere else. It feels a little bit disconnected from everything else. It feels kawaii in a way that the rest of the design doesn't necessarily feel. And these also have like scalloping on them. It's very cutesy in a way that doesn't align with the otherwise slightly more punk shaping we've been using. I would switch out some of the detail in here for maybe like another belt or something. For as much as that does remove something from the silhouette, the shoes just feel like they're designed differently than everything else is. And it might just be more consistent otherwise. Oh, wait! I wonder if we're making a reference to a Sonic character. The gloves with the little, like, thicker, like, wrist... What do you call it? Like, it's not a bracelet, but they just have, like, a thick wristband on them? That might be a Sonic reference, maybe. Yeah, Blaze. Blaze might be the reference, maybe, because of fire. Interesting. Are those meant to look like eyes on the shoe tabs? I don't know if they're meant to look that way, but they do read that way a little bit. And it should be Shadow. Shadow the Hedgehog? Could also be Shadow. Maybe. Maybe. But yeah. Yeah, this ribbon, don't know about. We don't need ribbons as an added motif. I think we have enough motifs already. Without it. Maybe there's just like a place where we can see that this little thing like dips in and out of the sock so that it's like tied or something coming out of it, you know? Instead, that might be a little bit more effective. Yeah, we need to embiggen things, exaggerate things, and pare down motifs a little bit for the sake of clarity and being able to read things clearly at a distance. I feel like we could have more realistic detail on some of these punk elements too. A lot of like punk style or like emo style belts will have like a lighter trim on them, which might just flesh this out a little bit better. So I feel like the belt is still missing something. So like that is maybe a little bit better. Perhaps, you know. Sense 2, since a lot of the humanized characters or humanized shadows have a fur coat. Ah, interesting. I think Blaze has the fluffy collars. I think Sonic might be the reference. I think we figured it out. I think it might be Sonic. So, where was I? What was I doing? Oh, so I've made some of those edits. I think that we may also need to make some changes as far as clarity goes with values, because there's a lot of elements that are different hues but not different values, so I am losing them against each other. We lose the bracelet into the clouds above the wrist a little bit. We do lose the fishnet into the skin tone a good bit. I'm losing these elements against the skin tone a little bit, and the eyes I feel like don't have enough contrast with the skin around them either from a distance. Like this, the iris does, but I don't know if the sclera does. If you want to go for a dark sclera, commit. Even darker. It's like mildly gray and mildly inhuman. Push it further. If it's darker, that'll just have more contrast. We'll be able to read it better. I do like that you darkened your eyebrows. That does help us to read them from a distance. And putting them on top of your hair helps to make sure that you'll be able to emote effectively. I think that is helping make your eyes pop just like a little bit better for me. Actually, I don't know. Now that I've done it, I feel like that's not actually working. Let's try the classic EG solutions. If I go like this and make your eyelashes highlighted. Maybe that's helping. Maybe the sclera wasn't working. Pink, yellow, bottom eyeliner, lashes. Yeah, I feel like we just need something more in the eyes to make that clearer. Also, the color you've chosen for the eyebrows, I feel like might be too close to your skin tone. From a distance, it feels like there's holes in your hair as opposed to eyebrows. So I might go for something more saturated if you're gonna go for a purple. Just like something like this might work a little bit better. Might even need to be a little bit more saturated, but I feel like that's just a little clearer. Dark blue eyebrows, maybe dark blue eyebrows. Maybe. And then I feel like the color of this is slightly oddly desaturated compared to other colors that are happening throughout the design. I wonder if we even need to have this color down here, or the two oppositely colored shoes. I'm not sure what color I'd swap this to right now, but let me think about it for a second. For the hair, we were talking about maybe making the blue or the pink darker in value, just because right now they are the exact same value. So the blue maybe is a good candidate for being darker and maybe a little bit more saturated. Because then the lighter elements will bring us up towards the face at this like grade 8s maybe. These will feel like they're maybe further back in space or further forward in space as a result of being darker too. I'm not going to do a fantastic job of coloring this in, unfortunately, just because I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on it. But you understand what I'm going for, don't you? You see the vision. Also, I'm surprised there's not more of like a purple transition zone. I feel like it goes straight from blue to pink without much purple. You could probably have a purple transition zone in the hair just a little bit. There we go. We'll blur these out just a little bit, but I think this is working a little bit better. Yeah. And then we'll blur. And maybe even your hair would benefit from that around your face. I know your hair is really nice and bright so that it has good contrast with your skin tone, but I don't think it would hurt you if these elements were just more saturated, essentially. Like that. I don't think that's hurting the contrast around your face. Ooh, actually, I think that is helping. There we go. Yeah. Yeah. The fact that this is woven also is another motif that is separate. So I feel like we could maybe not use that additional texture on top of the other textures we have here too. I don't know if that's completely necessary, but okay, overall, I think I have covered a lot of the elements that were going to be critiqued here. So, complexity versus clarity. I think that you are over-designed in terms of motifs, so I'm going to put that grade here. And I think that there's definitely some clarity issues with value happening. For color palette, There's nothing wrong with having the whole rainbow in your palette sometimes. It can be fun and it can be interesting. You also do have a good amount of grayscale to balance it out, which is fine. I would just suggest pushing some of those colors darker, because I think every color in this design right now has the same value. More value variety. For silhouette, your hair is fantastic. It is great. Your clothing, maybe you could add more to that. If your boots were bigger and stompier, that could work. If your sleeves were wider and more exaggerated, that could work. If your skirt was wider, that could also work. But I would like to see the level of exaggeration that you have in your hair in other areas also. Random different socks and different sleeve lengths don't feel additive. I don't think they do either. So you may benefit from just not having those things happening. If both your sleeves were the same length, I don't think we'd be missing anything from that. And I know that having different colored and different length socks is something that we tend to do in VTubing because it's cute. But I'm not sure it's completely necessary. What if you just had like longer, wider sleeves that are fluffy at the end? I feel like that would be fine if they were symmetrical. Because your hair adds a big, giant moment of asymmetry, and your belts are asymmetrical. I don't know if we need a ton more than that. I don't know if we need a ton more. But silhouette, your hair's doing great. I'd like to see your clothes contribute more to it through exaggeration. So put that there. For focal point, I feel like my eyes are very much all over the place with this design. Hang on, turn those back on. Let me make a document state for this so I don't have to keep turning it off and on. This is edits. Whoops, keep the text, please. Where do your eyes go first when you are looking at this? What is the focal point for you? Because I think I have an answer, but I'm not sure if you agree with me about it. Close your eyes, open them, let them snap to some element here. Where are they going? Belt, star, white of chest, leg. Okay, my eyes go right here because there's not a lot of pure white in the design. Actually, I don't think there's any pure white in the design other than this. Hair and ponytail for me, but also the white of the shirt, okay? Genuinely everywhere. That's fair, too. I think the shirt ends up being the focal point for me, especially the belly, because this is pure white, and there's no pure white anywhere else. Even the collar of the shirt and the fluffy elements throughout are not white. They're pink still. So this is a value we don't see elsewhere, and it's framed by some of the darkest colors. We've got this really dark trim on the jacket that is overall one of the darkest areas of the design. And then we have the super dark belt right next to it too. The star is also the biggest, most exaggerated like detail that you have within the clothing too. And it's the biggest area of that blue outside of the hair too. So this ends up being pretty distracting. There's also a lot of colors happening in quick succession right here. I'm not sure we really solved that in my edits yet. I'm not sure we've solved it. I can't help but wonder if maybe like this color or something else would work for this area, just because it would help to make this area less different than other places. But I feel like that's too similar to the hair color, so I may just want to use like a gray perhaps, but not that dark, like one that's still lighter than the skirt is. The contrast isn't quite as high. Like that's helping a little bit already. This element right here is also just very distracting, because it's every color in the design all in one place, just about. Yellow, red, purple. There might be a better element we could put here in the front of the jacket instead that isn't quite so high contrast, you know? Hi, Moe. Cute, cute. Not really looking towards the face since the contrast isn't there. Maybe a lighter blue like the belt color. Maybe. Yeah, you're right. This does feel a little bit more like winter fashion than other parts of the design do too. There might just be some confusing things happening throughout with the concepting. I'd be interested to know what the particular like elements you might have been referencing are. Because I know there are a lot of like very cute like, I don't want to say necessarily Lolita style fashion bits, but there are that are very like winter fashion adjacent in their like vibe. And if that's the case, we may just need to incorporate it more throughout. But your theme is fire. You're a wisp flame. So if you're dressed in clothing that feels very warm, I feel like that is doing something interesting as far as juxtaposition goes. I don't know. There's something interesting going on with that conceptually here right now, you know? Love your sports get up. Thanks. I'm an athlete now and forever, all summer. But yeah, focal point, unfortunately not your face. I think your stomach is pretty distracting to us, unfortunately. And then for concept and motifs, I can see the fire aspect. I can see that you're not so human, which I imagine is what a wisp flame is. Not a human adjacent creature. Pastel prep alt. Pastel prep alt. Pastel, I can see. You've got pastel colors. Prep. I guess that's why we have like a school style skirt happening. I guess that's preppy. And then alt as in like alternative, that's why we have like the black elements and maybe boots. I'm not sure it's balanced as effectively as it could be. I feel like some of these elements are getting maybe too far away from the prep alt parts. I don't know if the sock feels particularly preppy, nor does anything other than the skirt, maybe. So there might be elements we could use to make that clearer. I would suggest finding some garments that exist in those areas a little bit more effectively, maybe, for that. So I might put it there as a result. And then I would definitely make a decision about what you want to do about feeling like you're wintry. Maybe that's something that's fun and relates to the fact that you are bringing warmth to a cold area, perhaps. Or alternatively, we tend to see a lot of fire type of designs paired more with like sleeveless things or shorts and things that make it clear that you are warmth. You are creating enough warmth that you don't have to rely on things to keep you warm otherwise. So, just some food for thought. Blue freckles could maybe help. This fella does have light colored freckles. I don't know if they read very clearly from a distance. I don't know if them being blue would help either, but that is something that I think might relate to the prep angle. Perhaps, you know, leans away from it in the design. Yeah, so there could be something more effectively done as far as the concept goes with conveying those fashion sources. But what do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 out of 10? I feel like that's fair. I think there's a very interesting base for this design here. The combination of elements is cool. The hair is really slay. The hair is sick. I love the silhouette for the hair. I think silhouette is where you are doing the most here. But I think we can further refine this just a little bit more. We can push it a little further, you know? Have we had a design with an off-the-shoulder jacket? No, we have not. We have not. Bolts is showing you off, so had to stop by. Hi! I was talking about Bolts earlier when we started, and I was talking about my Otakon adventure. I hope Bolts is saying nice things about me. Bye! Wearing clothing juxtaposes her flames, and that part makes me wonder whether she's had a lot of conflict or interest in her life. Maybe. I think there could be something there, but we need to commit to it more. Go hard or go home with it, or just nix it. I don't think I'm sold on it, the way that it's executed right now, you know? The fact that this sleeve didn't have fluff at the bottom of it, but the collar did, just felt a little bit inconsistent. This sock feels warm, but this one maybe not quite so much, even though it does have the fur at the top. I feel like we just need to flesh that out a little bit more. Just a little more. But can we perhaps get a round of applause for Chris for submitting a design? Thank you for submitting. Good work. I am proud of you for submitting. And thank you, Shoemates, for your feedback as per usual. And you thought I was going to skip doing the ladder check again, and I'm not going to. I'm going to lead you on every single design today, and you're just going to have to suffer in suspense the whole time. I'm being annoying today, but I'm allowed. This is my house. This is my stream. I can do whatever I want. Got cuffs on here. That cuff was there anyway. This belt goes like that. This belt is at least a diagonal movement. This is here. Bottom of that. This, I would say, adds something. Shoulders, collar, eyes, hair on one side. The earrings are so small, I don't think I'd even count them. Top of the ears. This was a little too low contrast to count otherwise. And then, like, this is up here, and then this is a diagonal. and no one's going to climb this ladder. This doesn't even legally qualify as a ladder because it's got 2 giant parallel diagonal moments to it. No, you're not making it up past this area. There's good clustering around the head. Exactly what I want to see. I am smugly doing a ladder for the 4th time, actually. Actually, this is the 4th time I've done a ladder with smugness. Today, I think. Next. I've been pretty good. I've been pretty locked in today. We're like right on pace to get through the number of design critiques that I would like to. What is the ladder? Is that an actual concept in character design? It is! It is an actual concept in character design. We'll come back and explain it just really quickly. But essentially what I'm doing is I am essentially adding a rung to a ladder everywhere that there's a major division in contrast or shape in the design, whether that be color contrast, shape contrast, things like that, to check and see if there is an interesting division of space in the design, because as humans we are quite vertical, and designing something that is very vertical and has very even spacing between elements can feel kind of stagnant. We also like to see clustering around areas that should be focal as far as rungs go, and we want to see diagonals or broken rungs. The less climbable a ladder is, the better in a character design. Whoops, Joby just tried to get in here and I realized I've locked the door. Hang on. I will let them in. Sorry, I had it locked from earlier. Sorry, I had it locked from earlier.
It's all good, it just needs some ice.
Oh, Joby's coming to steal isopropyl alcohol from the office.
Just gotta scrub off some panel liner.
Uh-oh, Joby's scrubbing off panel liner. Joby's getting into Gundam. Joby built an entire Zaku last night. They locked in and didn't go to bed till very late. Oh, hi! I see a message also. Sorry, I was distracted by a visitor. Hi! Just wanted to pop in and say thank you for your com a while back. Used your critiques and new art, and it's already coming along much, much better. You the best. Thanks! I'm so glad I could help! Wahoo! Good luck! I'm so happy to hear that I was able to provide you some good direction. Thank you. And also thank you for the bits. I appreciate it. This is why I do this. I love helping people. I'm so glad it is useful. Yay! E.g. standing locked outside like an abandoned puppy. Joby was standing locked outside like they were abandoned. They just needed isopropyl. They're using panel liner for panel lining for the first time ever, so I'm wondering how that's going. I hope it's doing well, but yes, Gundam. I have been the Gundam fan thus far in our relationship, but Joby bought a Zaku and another fella at Otakon yesterday, and has been working on it kind of nonstop, and I've been like, hey, do this, hey, try that, hey, don't do this, don't do that, do these things, and they're doing great. I'm proud of them. They're putting some work in. They're working quickly, which is crazy. But yeah, anyways, hang on, focus, so that way I don't forget what we're doing. We round of applause for this one. We were talking about ladder design, and we were moving also on to the next one, too. This is crazy. Is it not? This is wild. This is parasocial otaku, whose pronouns are he, him, also known as Yim, and can be found at Parasocial Otaku. He's a goofy guy that is convinced he's in love with VTuber girls, my friends in the community. So I imagine this is his friend. This is such a funny concept to me. And the execution, I think, is kind of incredible. Fella who is wearing an oversized shirt of his Oshi and is just wearing his underwear and socks with giant glasses. I love this. The Crocs is like inside the house shoes. Shorts that have food on them as a pattern just randomly for fun. The not so fantastic posture. Just wearing only a long shirt. The slightly unshaven face. This is funny. I like this conceptually. This is fun. I think I'd be able to understand this concept very effectively right out the gate. The graphic tee with the character on it does a lot of the work here, as well as the posture, the hairstyle being sort of like just like the bowl cut. This is great. This is so funny. My Kamiyoshi's parasocial otaku. He's so me. I know, this is so funny, and yes, this does kind of count as one sentence concept explanation here. What are my critiques? First off, well, concept, I think 10 out of 10. I think you've nailed it. I don't really think there's much else you could do to make the concept any clearer. It just works. It just works. It's great. I'm sure there's things we could do to further it, but I have no issue with understanding it. I think this person has a good understanding of what an otaku and somebody who is maybe that stereotype might look like, how they might dress, how they might interact with the world. Pretty effectively done. Does this count as a TOS violation? No, I don't think it does. Pelvis is fully covered. I think it's fine. I don't think there's anything very inappropriate happening. We don't have like super outlined elements happening here either. I think it's all right. But concept, fantastic. Every element of the design serves to reinforce what the concept is. Crocs are inside the house shoes. Generic white socks. Makes sense for a fellow who's hanging out. Underwear with a goofy pattern on it. Sure, absolutely works. T-shirt of the Oshi. Perfect. Big glasses so we can't see the eyes. Helps to make it so that we can't relate to you as much. And it also makes you feel like a little bit of a nerd often. Perfect. Works fantastically. The bowl cut works similarly. The posture works similarly. The body pillow is also working. Great. Nothing is extraneous or extra. Everything makes sense for the design. Lovely. For complexity versus clarity, I think there's a little bit of some low contrast elements. If we go like this and remove all the saturation, you will find that there is almost no value change outside of the hair. And I think that that is a missed opportunity here. Because for me, especially in this middle one, the shirt does blend right into the legs, but you can even see the socks are blending into the legs as well. We just need something more in terms of value change. Right now the hue is doing all of the work for clarity, and we don't want that to have to be the case. We could have a darker drop shadow under the shirt on this one, probably, because the shirt's being worn sort of loosely. You could have a darker drop shadow under the shorts here. I'm gonna need these to be fully saturated, but just darker drop shadow here, and maybe just like in general for the shading, since we're only going for one shading layer. The socks, I think, have okay enough clarity, but if we bring some of that shading over here, that might help. If the pillow had darker shading at the bottom, or like under the arms, that would probably be good also, because I do lose the arms against the body pillow just a little bit as well. Maybe this is too extreme, but I am losing it against like the skin also, so like the shirt back here could probably be darker for clarity's sake. Your skin behind it could also be darker for clarity's sake. But you see how that's helping the pillow to pop more effectively from a distance? Yeah. Yeah, we're adding drop shadows right now. Same thing here. I think that we need darker shadow under the shirt, perhaps. Some of the shadows in the shirt could probably be darker for clarity's sake also. And then more of a shadow under the underwear, maybe too. On the ankles, on the socks. Just increase your contrast, if you'd be so willing. First thing I noticed is that the body pillow looks like the hem of a long shirt. Blends too well, and there's no hint of clothing behind it. Yeah, that's why I actually said I thought this was a long shirt for a second. I think you formed a tangent here by making the body pillow almost become the silhouette of the body. It would be more effective if the body pillow continued at an angle off the body here, essentially. And then we could see, like, hang on, I'm just gonna fill this in like this real quick for a second. And then like the leg would be here, and then we see like leg going up behind it here until wherever like the underwear starts. And then it has like whatever its patterns are or something, and all of that. I think this would be clearer as to the fact that this is a pillow and not a shirt. There we go. And then it's also adding more to the silhouette also. Because I think that might be the only other part of this design that is sort of lacking. We don't have much that adds all that much to silhouette other than the hunched back. While holding it higher with the body pillow's head over his shoulder, almost more draped, or hugging him add to the concept? Maybe, but I think the clarity of being able to see that this is a person on here may also be important. I don't know if we need to have him hold it higher because the underwear is already lower. I see. Uh-oh, ads, right as I was answering your question. Whoops. Hi, Liz. Taco Guy's hilarious. He is very funny as a concept. But, okay. So. Contrast. I think we need more for clarity's sake. The colors themselves feel a little bit disharmonious. But I think that's sort of on purpose. I think we're leaning into the trope of this being a person who doesn't know how to dress themselves maybe properly or stylishly or fashionably. So maybe that's fine. But for clarity, there's some elements that aren't super clear. And I think there's a couple more details that would help. Like, I love the detail of the tag sticking out here. That's great. I think the shirt is supposed to read as oversized because this fella does feel very thin but is wearing an XL. For that, to add a little more asymmetry to the design, you could make the collar sit a little bit off center, maybe, and then maybe one of the sleeves sits longer as a result. And if it's supposed to be like real baggy, maybe you have it like gathered up more on like one hip or something where it's like not sitting symmetrically on the body or something, and it's just got a little bit more exaggeration over there because we don't have to change the clothing elements to add asymmetry. We can just change the way that they're being worn. We don't have to add more. We can just make them worn slightly different. So like, make the collar clearer. Collar asymmetrical. If we're gonna play into the fact that this fella is maybe not taking the greatest care of themselves, given the fact that they haven't really shaved recently, you could make the shirt like really like threadbare, almost like this fella is wearing their Oshi's shirt every single day and has like overworn it, because then that'll add just like a little bit of asymmetry to the silhouette a bit. Or like if it's fraying just a little bit from overwear, that could work. Mysterious grease stain. Yeah, I don't know how icky they want to feel, but maybe a mysterious grease stain wouldn't be the worst, but like it's a little bit threadbare. Maybe you've got like a couple bits where it's fallen apart from overwear. Mayhaps. Grease stain. As just like an asymmetrical element. Turn that down. Like, it doesn't have to be super intense, but you can have just like some like subtle detail on it if you would like to. I don't know how gross we're going, but if you want to make it a little bit grosser, might be fine. Shirt design looks old and faded. That's true. It does look faded. That's a good move. But do you see how our edits, whoops, not that one, but like these edits have helped to make the shirt feel more oversized. It's adding character to the shirt even further. I think that's helping. Should it be a bit more distressed? It could be even more distressed. Often when you have a shirt that's like, this is gonna be nerdy of me to say, but like when you have a shirt that is printed like this, as far as printmaking and screen printing goes, it's printed out of sort of like a plastic material that can crumble, maybe more than it fades. So you could have little bits that are like crumbling out of the design almost. Because, oh, what is the word I'm looking for? Oh no, the type of ink that is used is like a plastic-based ink. I can't think of what it is, but it tends to flake off before it actually like fully fades out. So we could maybe see that it's like flaking off and being sort of like destroyed in like a little bit of pattern. Or like you've seen when you have like your college sweatshirt that you love and it gets those like cracks in it that maybe sort of like run in a direction that relates to how you wear it or whatever. That might also help to age the t-shirt in a realistic manner, you know? Yeah. Hate it when it happens to my shirts. I know, I also hate it, but it's just the way that this type of material works. Oh, I hate it. Why can't I think of what that ink is called? Oh no! What is that ink? Oh no! No! Oh, it starts with a P. Oh no. I don't use it, which is why I don't remember what it's called. I don't work in t-shirt. Oh, Plastisol. Yes, Plastisol ink. Thank you, Terabyte. It's not, I usually only use acrylic-based inks, so I don't know what that one is, because I don't do t-shirts often. But yes, plastisol. Unfortunate realism that merch is often not the highest quality. Ooh, that's true too. Merch is often not the highest in quality, unfortunately. It can be high quality, but it isn't always. Also, I can't help but want to see that tag up over the shoulder here too. I feel like that's just another like real cute character moment. Describing something as cute, I feel like is kind of funny here, but tag over the shoulder, not a bad idea. I feel like you would benefit a lot from a posed model instead of a front view model, because this pose adds so much that we don't get from this version. This adds so much. The like slightly off balance stance, the hand being curled over at the bottom, the hunched neck, that tells me so much about the character, where just a base stock standard, I'm facing you with my arms out, A pose, it just doesn't do as much. It just doesn't do quite as much. I know it's more challenging to make asymmetrical models, but I feel like it'd really be worth it here, you know? I think it'd really be worth it. Armpit stains cute too. Hole underneath the arm. You could put holes wherever like there's seams that connect, because that is an area where things do fall apart. But yeah, there's just little realistic details that could be added to this in a fun way. Also, this hair, I know is symmetrical, but it feels asymmetrical. If this person is maybe not taking always the greatest of care of themselves, maybe their part is off center. Like, they couldn't have even been bothered to fix that much. Their hair is still very straight and coming out of one spot, but maybe their hair isn't parted perfectly correctly, you know? Also, it'd be great if the shoulders actually were over the chin in the front-facing one, like on the side one. Oh, you could just, like, drop the head in the pose, too. That could work. Headphone lump in the hair. Oh, I feel like we might be going too far with some of those, but maybe. Maybe. It's funny. Yeah. But, so there are still ways we could probably push the concept, but I think we're reading it pretty clearly. For silhouette, I just want a couple more realistic, asymmetrical moments, and a couple more things that are just adding to it a little bit. Threadbare bits, the tag, the shirt sitting asymmetrically, the collar being a little asymmetrical. The socks are a good moment, but we can just do a little more with it. I know when we're making realistic grounded designs, it's hard to exaggerate a silhouette without making it feel kind of goofy, but I think that's most of what it needs, probably. Don't know if anyone feels this way, but the shirt doesn't feel oversized to me. I feel like the sleeves and bottom of the shirt should be longer with less wrinkles. They could be longer if we're going for a super duper oversized shirt, but if we're imagining that this character bought a shirt for themselves, why would they buy something that's like extraordinarily huge? Like, I know we all like a slightly oversized shirt. I do. But like, if I'm buying an oversized shirt, I know it says extra large on it, but like, if I buy a shirt that's big for me, I buy like 1 size up or maybe 2 sizes up, not like 8 sizes up. And if he is supporting his Oshi, he's gonna buy the right size. You should do that for things like PJs. I guess if you're buying one to wear as like a dress or like PJs, that can be different. And this does read like PJs. But yeah, maybe it does just need to be even more exaggerated in its size. I just made it feel bunched up because I don't want to cover the underwear. I feel like that's an important moment, but like maybe if you could see that the shirt is like more bunched here, that will help it to read as being a little bit more oversized, perhaps. And then like it's like almost like overlapped on itself, you know? Kind of an XL because he is long in the torso, so anything smaller is too short. That's fair. Is that feeling like maybe just like a little bit more effectively oversized? It's super high contrast for the rest of the rendering style, so I don't know if it's working super well, but there could be something in the way that it's drawn that would make it work better. Maybe to wear a friendship bracelet that he made for who he's obsessed with. I wonder what other merch elements he could possibly have that would relate to his Oshi. I know. Oh, wait, hang on. I don't really know about a lot of these things, but I do know what is it? There's always like June bride merch that's made. I know that like, well, actually, do I know? Do they sell rings with that? Because that'd be really funny if this fella had like the like June bride merch, like ring for the Oshi or something. Because I think there's other like super parasocial merchandise other than like a body pillow that we could go for here in the design too. I'd have to see what merch is out there because like that's not a part of VTubing I usually spend much time around. But yeah. Uchiwa fan art? Eat a bag? Oh, an eat a bag might be interesting because that is considered to be like painful love of someone, perhaps. Or like if you just have an excess of keychains, that'd be really funny as like a jingle jingle keys redeem if it was like 15 keychains all of the same person jingling. Paula does rings for the June bride stuff. Yeah, eat a bag with buttons might be good. Just like owning a crazy quantity of buttons would be good, perhaps. But yeah, there's a lot of things. E.g., you critiqued this design before. It was during the donation skip the line critique. Did I? I don't think I did. Did I really? No, wait, no, I did, but this is a resubmission since then, Rex. This is a resubmission. They had edited the design after the previous ones and put it back in. I think this was the edits for it. I think this was the edits, because this is much higher in number than anything I would have been at for a donation before. This is in like the 400 to 500 range. Kind of compare the old and the new. I can see if I can find it to dig it out. I wonder if how much they modified it based on that. Wedding ring merch, friendship bracelets. Nama Niji Sanji's merch site. I know Hololive particularly has some sort of parasocial merch. I think a lot of the other parasocial merch ends up being like the voice merch or the voice packs types of things. But we've been raided! Hi! Crewmates, can you rotate for the raiders pretty please? If you'd be so kind. Hi, Wisteria, how are you? I'm E.G., my freelance artist Fungi. I'm also an art educator. Welcome in. We're doing some Vtuber design critiques right now. We are critiquing the design of Parasocial Otaku, who is a goofy guy. Very clearly. But welcome in. Thank you for the kitty love. I appreciate it. And thank you, mods, for getting the shout out. What were you up to? It looks like you were doing some art and maybe playing some Slay the Spire. I love Slay the Spire. I also love art. Looks at the Shrewmates knowingly. Shrewmates! Would we perhaps like to see some art, maybe? Maybe. If you were working on art, you're welcome to share it with us if you would like. We do something called art tax around here. If you'd like to share with us what you were working on stream, we would love to snoop and see what you were up to. You don't have to by any means if you have to run, or if you, please don't feel pressured. But if you would like to share, we would love to take a little look, you know? Life to D borked and is forcing me to bed. No! Hopefully pray, recover an autosave. Oh no! Oh no, I have my finger super crossed for you. Oh no! Oh no. I hope that your luck significantly improves on it, but I know what you mean. I've had some really terrible times where Blender will just like totally lock for no reason, and I've saved, you know, the model, but if I forget to save an image, I just lose the image information and then I want to rip my hair out. So I know what that's like, but please take care of yourself. I hope it comes back to you. If you and your fellas need to eat or drink or snark me, please take care of yourselves. Please look after yourselves. If you want to stick around and hang out for the design critiques, you are welcome to do so. We'll take good care of you here, but please look after yourselves. I didn't save for 3 hours. No! No! I will say, I'm pretty reliant on the fact that Clip Studio does autosave, I think every 20 minutes for me. But yeah, Blender not doing it does goof me right up. Did I hit a button? I did. My head got weird and small. Whoops. I think they recently fixed the image saving aspect of Blender. Oh, thank God. I wonder if they fixed it in the version I have, but oh no, that is a fatal flaw. You need to get a sticker to put on your monitor that says save your art. Whoa! Teeny EG with giant sleeves! Look how big my sleeves are! Things that are attached to physics don't shrink with me. Wait, hang on. Yeah, look at my giant, super long jacket. Save redeem? Hey, that's not a bad idea either. Look at me, I'm just a little guy. My sleeves are so big and huge. My, whatchamacallit, my thing that I'm wearing around my waist is also giant and my hair is huge. I'm just a little guy. Oh wait, no one redeems it? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Whoa. The other thing that I'll do sometimes is I'll set an alarm for myself to just go off every like 20 minutes to do it. That sometimes helps too. Oh, thank you for beverage. I will take a sip of my coffee. Thank you. Alarm is clever. Oh, I have alarms for every single possible thing in my life. Let me tell you, it is useful. There's a Blender plugin that puts a red overlay on your screen when you haven't saved in a while. Blender also has a background autosave. So I don't tend to lose anything. It's only images, but that might not be a bad idea also to add. But I do need to focus so I can stay on time. We're supposed to have one more design to critique after this, and I think we will have time for it. So, this fella, my critiques. Focal point is the last category we haven't talked about for this fella. Is the head focal? I think it is, because it's the only area that has very much contrast in it. The hair is so dark compared to everything else in the design that I feel like I do end up looking at the head first and foremost. I feel like if I just go like this and add a level correction layer here, so we can push some of the bright values brighter and some of the dark values darker. Hang on, nope, like this. I feel like that does a lot, just as like a correction, a minor correction. I might even push it to be a little bit higher in contrast. Like we could even push the hair to being a spot black. Because I do think you feel maybe just a tad washed out. I think this helps with clarity a little bit. The colors feeling more saturated is a little bit more engaging as well. It'd be funny if you had a Build-A-Bear type plushie with a voice recording the VTuber instead of a body pillow. Oh, we are inventing new and interesting types of VTuber parasocialism merch. There's one I saw that is crazy. I don't remember who it was, but there's a VTuber that is an agency VTuber. I think they announced it's not real, I don't think. But they like announced her pregnancy officially somehow, and they're selling like merch essentially insisting that you, the viewer, are the father, like a paternity certificate, and there's like a mug or something for like best dad. I think it's a bit. Like I don't think she's actually pregnant. I think it's a joke. But like at the same time, I was like, we've reached new and insane levels of parasocialism, because even if it is a joke, people are going to buy that and it will not be a joke to them at all. Crazy. Not sure if that's crazy positive / crazy negative. I don't know either. It's kind of funny, but it's maybe just a little too extreme for me. It's insane. Wild. I always ask, would that pay my rent? That may pay that VTuber's rent. That very much may, but at what cost? Anyways, we've gotten off topic, but if there's any other like wildly parasocial merch out there, it may just be interesting to bring it into this design. Focal point, it's your head. I don't have any issue with that. I do think that you have a very interesting and well-executed concept, though. I think this is very creative and amusing to me. I can't not laugh every time I see you, because I'm like, this is like exactly the elements to a T that you are trying to convey. I have no issue understanding you, and I think this is so funny, and I think it's so self-referential for a VTuber to be the very thing that like a lot of VTubers have as a fan. It's funny. It's great. What if his boxers and socks were also his Oshi themed? I don't think very many VTubers sell boxers, although I saw one. I did see one. There's a purple guy. the purple FSPEN guy had underwear as merch. I think he had boxers as merch, which is interesting because I think their fan base is very abundantly female. Did Kuro also have them? I didn't know about that. That would be funny, but like I don't think any like female talents, I don't think any girls have had boxers or like underwear as merch, because I don't know, they just haven't. Cell phone with attached plush, maybe. I've seen women wear boxers. That's true, they have, but I'm more so wondering for this one if there is an example of that existing. I think there have been socks that are for VTubers, though. I think that is a thing that exists, so that could be worthwhile. I saw some jokes about people making socks for Socks VTuber Agency, which is funny. But yeah, there could be other ways we can incorporate the Oshi merch into the design. But overall, 2, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9 out of 10. That's a good grade. That's pretty great. That's quite effective. Minimal notes. Almost perfect. In my heart. Thank you for submitting. This is incredible. Can we get a round of applause, please, for Yim? Thank you, Yim. And thank you, Streammates, for your suggestions and for your feedback for the design. And guess what? I'm not doing a ladder test for this one because, unfortunately, there may be ladder design present, but I don't want them to change it. So I will allow you to have that for your bingo just this once. I will permit it. Why are you approving of that? VTuber bathwater reference must be made? Oh, no. In what capacity? How would you even want that to happen? No. No. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. That's crazy. You pointed it out, did you really forget? You know what, that's a good question. Continue to not have that on your bingo. Sure. Nephra, you're right. No one gets to have that one. No bingo for anyone. Not for you, not for me, not for nobody. Because it would benefit me if I had it on my bingo, but I'm not doing that. I'm not rigging the game. Not happening. But we do have one more design to look at here before the end of the day. This is Shiro Nekonya, who uses she, her pronouns. It can be found at shironekonya_en. The description is, I wanted to go for an extremely simple and immediately cute design. I wanted to hit on the appeal that a very simple design like Gargura may have. I'm my own artist and rigger, so I'll definitely be making changes on your advice in the future if I can. The biggest question is what elements could I add or enhance to make my design memorable, more striking? I thought a bigger ahoge or patterns may be an update I could make. What are your thoughts? So, based on your name, Shiro, meaning white, Neko, cat, nya, noise a cat makes. Cat element is probably supposed to be pretty clear. I would not guess that you are a cat at first glance, though. I think I would guess that you are a wolf. Your ears end up pretty sharp and pointy, and your tail is really big and wide, in a way that makes me think of a wolf first. So, it may benefit you to pick a specific type of cat, or pick a more conventionally shaped cat tail, or find some other elements that relate to being a cat to add to the design. We've been fans of adding elements that look like whiskers to designs because that can help clarify that you're a cat, because dogs often aren't depicted with their whiskers. You do have little fish hair clips, but they're pretty small and hiding in your hair, so I'm not sure they're clear enough. If you were to do something as simple as give yourself the kitty cat mouth thing, like this, with your lip fang, that may also just be ever so slightly enough. You do have the lip fang, but just giving yourself the, like, part where a cat's mouth would connect up to its nose might help enough. That helps some. So, first, concept. If I had to guess your concept, I did see somebody say strawberry, and I think that's also because these little hearts read as almost being strawberries. I can see why we're guessing that. I do think that this design would be stronger if we leaned into a motif. Because I think what you're looking for when you're saying that you feel like you could use something that makes you more striking is coming from the fact that you don't have a unique motif. You aren't combining elements to create a layered concept with depth. You're a cat, and that impacts you as far as having ears and a tail goes. And you're cute, and the fashion is cute, but I'm not getting very much more from it. And I feel like we could get more from it. Your fashion style feels like it may be slightly Lolita inspired, maybe, but we could lean more into that. And I think the color palette could maybe be expanded, because you are monochromatic, and you are so super duper uber monochromatic. Every single red here is, and pink is kind of the exact same hue. There's very, very, very little hue variation. You are really monochromatic. if you push some of your darker values to be maybe a little more purple, and I mean slightly more purple, or some of the brighter values slightly closer to red, that might benefit you in terms of adding the little bit of pizzazz you're looking for, perhaps, you know? Catfish, like the animal catfish, that would be funny. I saw somebody say that making the tail, like, a little bit curlier might help the cat read. I do agree with that. I think it being spiky might be why it feels a little bit more dog-like, which sucks. There is such an inherent, like, what is the word I'm even looking for? Like, gendered way that we view cats and dogs. Like, things that read as more masculine often are added to designs for dogs, and things that feel more feminine are often added to designs for cats. So having sharp, straight angles feels more dog-like to people. There's like some weird, inherent, like, gendered idea with them. It's wild. But making it a little bit, like, wavier or curlier, I think will help to make it read as a little bit more cat-like. There are cat breeds that have, like, wirier or just curlier shapes. Cattails tend to be longer and more slender proportionally versus wider, shorter dog tails. Maybe part of it as well. Yeah, maybe it doesn't have to be quite this bushy. Like, a lot of the cattail shapes, I think, even for longer-haired cats, tend to still be just kind of like this type of shape, maybe. And then they're a little bit like, maybe like curlier around the end. Or like they end up a little bit like wispier towards the end too, but they sort of like fade out. They almost become like translucent at the end, you know? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. There's a tangent from the tail and the socks. There, yeah, also is kind of a tangent from the tail and the socks. Or dark color, there we go. Just don't connect your lines to the same apex. And that'll help to read maybe a little bit clearer. Post some live suggestions of a cat breed with fluffy tail. Let me see. Ah! Aha. Oh, this is a critique we made last week, but we could maybe do something more with the types of fur that cats have, too. A lot of cats end up with this, like, wide fur shape around their head. And for you, you already have some sort of, like, tufts on the side of your head, but you could exaggerate those elements just, like, a little bit more in this area. Oh, there's not a lot of clarity here. Hang on. I'm gonna outline things in, like, pink, essentially, but, like, if your hair was a little bit more, like, this on the sides of your head before it sort of turns down into these, like, longer little bits down here, that will feel a little bit more cat-like to us. Man, I gotta do something for clarity in this region, though. Variety of undertone is not too extreme, but, like, that's a more cat-like hair shape right there already. We're bouncing around between things. I gotta focus first, but something that we have to address probably pretty quickly here is clarity. Most elements are only distinct from each other because of saturation right now. I think your ponytails in the back could just be entirely darker because they are behind your head. Let me grab this and go. To add better sense of depth to you. And that'll also make it so we can see your ear probably a little bit clearer. I picked a really saturated color. You don't have to do that. It just makes your hair feel a different color. I'm just trying to define where the back of your head is right now. It's back here. I'm not sure this is even still doing enough for your ears, though, to read clearly, because your hair is all very much one value. Although that does help me separate the front from the back a little bit better. Move that down. If we do this on this side too, that'd probably be good. Oops, that's a multiply layer. Hang on, wrong layer. EG. Nice try. Fluffier bit on the side. Nice. Exaggerate it out. Yep. Could the ears be pink instead and the hair go back to white? Maybe, but the problem would still be contrast against the sides of the head. I mean, the shading color I used doesn't have to be pink either. I could make it something else that's not very saturated, so it doesn't feel like I've changed the whole hair color. Like, this isn't as interesting, but like, hang on, let me airbrush, like, I should go back down to the ends of it though. Like, that might be a little bit clearer for what I was aiming for. Position of the twin tails lower and a bit more out would help. That is true. There's a lot of elements happening all around one area. Having them be lower might be better. Or alternatively, I wonder if having them higher could work too. Like if we had the ponytails somewhere where we can see where they attach. Like up here. So the ear is kind of like within it. That might be okay also. So that way they're not just sort of vanishing behind the ear. And then we can see that they're maybe on the back of the head as well. Perhaps. Maybe. They did suggest making their hoge bigger. I feel like that would be another element that would sort of go along with the cute angle effectively. If you just had an altogether like real big sort of curly Q-y a hoge, that wouldn't be the worst. You already have hearts as a motif. Why not just go straight for the giant heart-shaped hoge style? Not always a bad idea. Another card? Just need a blob silhouette. Do we have a blob silhouette? Not quite. As an animal artist, I find that the fur texture poofy-tailed cat anime girls often makes it look more like a stuffed faux fur for a pillow than an animal tail. Oh, interesting. I will say there's weird things about the way that we recognize cats versus dogs in illustration. Cattails are very flowy with a lot of expression. Posing the tail would make it feel more like a cat. Ah, you know what? The fact that it's down instead of up may also be why it's not feeling like a cat tail. We do tend to think of dog tails as like sitting down for the most part, unless they're wagging. But cats spend most of their lives walking around with their tail up if they're in a good mood. Feels stiff. Dog tails are normally kind of stiff. Cats tend to curl their tail. Yeah, we're like, you end up with like a that-shaped tail for a cat a lot of the time. And then if it's like furrier, having that like curve over the top of it can still be visible, but like it can be like just fluffier in general around it. That might be good for shape. That's smart. That's a good idea. Good thinking, Shroommates. Good plan. But yeah, there could be more we could do with the hair shape to feel more cat-like. We can clarify the pigtails a little bit better. We definitely need more contrast sort of all throughout, but just adding some of the pigtails first and foremost does add a lot of clarity. Let me sample this color and add more of it in. You do have anime girl hair vents. Oh, what happened? Hang on. Sample this. Current layer. That. There we go. You do have anime girl hair vents. We just need more shading so that we can tell that that's what's going on with your hair. So like we can push some of these elements in here a little bit darker. Push this darker. Push some of the edges around this darker probably too. That seems to be behind. I didn't fill that in all the way properly. It'd probably benefit me if I did. But do you see how we're adding more dimension to your head? Mm-hmm. Maybe some tufts on the ears. Sometimes that feels more like a cat. That's fair. Sometimes cats get those like sort of longer hairs inside their ears too. Which is what we did last week when we were looking at one of those cat designs. Where it's almost like they have whiskers like in their ears, even though it's not really whiskers. There's like a couple of like real long hairs. But you could also have like a little bit of like a tuft off the top of the ear. Would be cute. You do feel a little bit gremlin-y with some of the edits I've made to you, but I don't think that's bad. I think that is still something that is widely considered to be cute. Making ears more rounded rather than triangular can help a cat feel more cat and less wolf. That's fair, but I think with the changed hair shape, it's not... We're not having as much trouble reading cat, but you could round the ears. If you're going for something cute and you don't want to be as gremlin-y, rounding the ears off may work better for that. If you go like this and then like maybe like that. That could do it too. Woo! I've accidentally jumped over. But it's all about sort of the read you want to give. Rounded shapes will feel friendlier and cutesier. Sharper shapes will make you feel a little bit more gremlin-like. If you round your ears too much, you might start to look like a hamster or something, but I think that's still applicable for a cat. Kind of feels more like a cat headband than cat ears, especially if there's a short-haired cat ears with long-haired cat tail, which feels disjointed. Yeah. So making the ears have more fur on them would probably be beneficial. If you've got longer bits of hair in them, that would be good. Never a bad idea to replicate a paw somewhere. You could have like almost like cat paw like shoe shapes down here. If it has like almost like little like bumps to it, that could be cute. You don't have to give it claws if you're trying to just be cute, but having like a paw shape down here might be a good idea. You already have really big, giant, oversized sleeves around your arms, and I've seen some very cute giant sleeves that have paws on them themselves, and that might not be a bad idea to lean into some of those cute elements, perhaps. But yeah, we could definitely clarify the cat elements more. Next, concept-wise, you need another motif. I think that's why we're missing sort of like a pizzazz angle. You are just a cat, simple as, and you did say that you want to keep the design simple and immediately cute, but I think you would benefit from having another element to the design because you feel a little bit generic as a result without it. A lot of like your cutesier styles of fashion do draw reference from like a particular element of a motif or something. There are elements you can pull from that are fruits, you have hearts, and there's pieces of clothing that integrate the heart more into the shape language of it. There's clothing that draws reference from flowers or from gemstones or from, you know, various textures and patterns. Any and all of those things I think would help to flesh you out a little bit more. Because I think that in combination with the super monochromatic palette is what's making you feel like you need that extra like added level here. There's fish in their name, so why don't we use more fish? Oh, I think they just have fish because cats eat fish, so that's something that's sometimes associated with it. I don't think they're trying to be a fish in any capacity. I think that's just because it's an associated element for a cat. Perhaps. Maybe. Making an image board of Hello Kitty, since Hello Kitty is pared down as it can get, so maybe analyzing certain things that work for Hello Kitty that you would like would help. That's true, perhaps. Hello Kitty also works because she has a variety of colors in her palette still a little bit. Like, she does have yellow, I think some outfits have blue. She has primary colors, which feel sort of youthful and friendly in a way. She's very rounded in her shape language, which also feels cute and friendly. So those are just, like, important things maybe to keep in mind. But I would look for more specific garments to use as a reference and to see if there's a way to find a motif and use that motif to shape the garment, you know? So hearts, that is a very, 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 very common motif in VTubing. So much so to the point that I often end up recommending people not use it unless they're going to combine it with something else. That's why we were suggesting earlier that someone combine it with like cherries. If you're going for cutesy and cat, you could use fish as a repeating motif. You could use paw prints as a repeating motif. Maybe there's some other cat thing we could reference that's like a play on words in a silly way. Cattails as like the, not flower, the plant might be funny. But I do think that we just need to find you another motif to add to this. I'm trying to think of anything that would be cute. If you're trying to go for a cute aesthetic, leaning into like magical girl or idol style fashion is not a bad idea. And a lot of the fashion in those genres very successfully combines like really nice, round, friendly shapes, somewhat monochromatic palettes, and maybe just like a single design element into something that's pretty effective. So like, if you look at an outfit like this. Oh, it's reloading and it's not being my friend. This outfit, while majority pink, is interesting because there's layering. We have a jacket, we have a top layer of a skirt, and a bottom layer of a skirt. We also have a little bit of variety as far as the colors go. what? I don't know what these are from. These might be Love Live outfits, but I have like a ton of these that are saved for my like magical girl and idol style outfits. And then I also have some ones that are just like a little bit like frillier and larger. This is more exaggerated, it's more oversized, it's got a cute repeating print on it. The motif here that repeats is horses. The yellow adds some variety. There's little bits of purple, which is a nice contrast to the yellow. But yeah, having different shades of pink in general does help with all of these. But I think that you would benefit from some fashion research into those cute styles you were intending to reference, to see if you can find some way to incorporate layering more into it. Ah, this is a good outfit. This is a maybe slightly cat-themed idol style outfit. Lots of nice big round shapes, big poofy skirt. It's sort of an unconventional style of dress. It feels a lot more like futuristic and like go-go boot style, but like this I would say is still memorable even though it is mostly monochromatics. It has a motif, it has some layering, it has some elements that are darker, which helps to make the brighter elements feel even brighter. But just some elements that are food for thought maybe. I think that you would benefit from just picking out a more specific reference for your clothing and using that to guide it, and using the way color works with that to also guide it. Look at idol style clothing, maybe. Lace layers with paw-shaped holes could be cute. Oh, that would be cute! Like paw print cutouts like in the lace could be very clever. But if you're looking for like particular references for magical girls or idols, you can look at Love Live, you can look at Uma Musume, you can look at Precure, you can look at Tokyo Mew Mew has a lot of round shapes, Cardcaptor Sakura has like 8 billion dresses. There's a lot of anime resources to look at, but I think you would benefit from finding some in that region. Ooh, this is even something that's like completely monochromatic, but because it's made interesting through texture, we don't mind it. So even if you don't want to add a ton of other colors, consider texture. This has some sheer, really like ruffly fabric bits in it. And there's a lot of variety. We've got tulle in the underskirt. We have thicker fabric around the shoulders. This prioritizes silhouette a lot, so that might help very well. Maybe hit up some magical Minky Momo too. Yeah, sure. Yeah. So I think you just need to pull some specific references for the clothing to get a more interesting silhouette and to get a more memorable outfit. Because I do unfortunately think the outfit right now is kind of a little bit forgettable, maybe, you know? TLDR, get on Pinterest. No! Maybe. This is EG Suggests Fashion Research. I think picking more specific elements for fashion will take you a long ways with this, because as much as I could sit here and design this up, I don't really know what you want from it, and you may be better off, not to say scrapping this, but just picking something else to use in place of it. Yeah. So, let me go on here to do any of the critique. Let me start putting some notes in here. So, color palette. I think that it is low clarity, and I think it is unfortunately a little bit disinteresting as a result of that. So we're gonna put you there. I can't read it very clearly from a distance. A lot of things are merging. There's not a lot of value change, and there's no hue change at all. We at least need a little hue change. For silhouette, I think your silhouette isn't too bad, especially with the shorter pigtails. The longer ones I think are eating your silhouette maybe just a little bit. All of the interesting things in your silhouette are around your waist right now, and the longer giant pigtails hides that. So you could go for that if you have things in your legs maybe that make your silhouette more unique, or things around the top of your head that makes your silhouette more unique. But as it is now, I'm not sure there's enough elements making you clearly identifiable, and you are perfectly symmetrical. Which for an idol is maybe not always the worst thing, but you will find that a lot of idol outfits are not perfectly symmetrical. They will have elements that overlap in an asymmetrical way. They will have tiering in skirts that's asymmetrical. They find ways to add interesting asymmetry, which is why I'm suggesting it as a reference, because you feel maybe a little bit stiff without some asymmetry right now. I don't think it's a bad silhouette. It's okay, but we can push it further, a little bit less symmetrical, a little bit more exaggerated and more specific in the clothing shapes. For complexity versus clarity, You feel under-designed to me right now, and it's just because the clothing, I think, needs a more specific reference. The construction isn't super believable for me right now. This, like, double bow thing across the chest is a little bit awkward. They're kind of small. They could be exaggerated and larger. The buttons could be larger. Some of the ruffles could be larger and more exaggerated. If you exaggerate the size of the clothing, that will make you look, like, smaller and cuter also, if you're trying to be, like, chibi cute, you know? So more exaggeration would help with that. So I'll put you here. For focal point, I think the focal point for me before I started doing all this might be here. Shermates, what's the focal point for you? It might be the background that's making your head not focal, because you do have the brightest value in the design up here. But I feel like I ended up looking here first because it's just the darkest, most saturated element, when everything else is pretty similar in terms of saturation and brightness. Maybe. Pared down her ponytails into 2 large crisscrossing strands in the front. It looked like 2 cattails, and tried to bring in Nekomata tails. That could be interesting. Yeah, the skirt, areas with darker pinks, hair. Okay, so not quite the face, unfortunately, and it is coming from the low contrast that we critiqued in other areas. Okay. Do you have any advice on adding asymmetry, especially when your reference or inspiration may be symmetrical, from a historical fashion stance in particular? So, you don't always have to have a design that is all that asymmetrical. Sometimes you can just have, like, little details that are asymmetrical, and that's enough to make it feel natural. Usually I end up suggesting to people that just hair posing can be asymmetrical. The strands of hair don't have to be exactly the same from left to right. Maybe instead of, you know, in some historical fashion, they'll have ribbons or elements right in the center. We can shift those to be on one hip or the other, or like one side of the chest or the other. Is there a slightly asymmetrical accessory we can add, like a brooch on one side or something? There's something to be said for just adding small bits of asymmetry to remove stiffness. If you want a character to read as being somebody who is, like, maybe mature or calm or relaxed, because those are the things that symmetry tends to tell us. They tend to tell us things about stability. So you don't have to go crazy with asymmetry, but just a little bit of it can help loosen a design up. It can feel stiff without just a little bit of it, you know? Did that answer your question? I think, maybe. The other thing I tend to suggest is just changing the way things are worn. If you're going for a character who's supposed to be super studious, don't do this, but like, if you look at my clothing I'm wearing right now, my shirt would be perfectly symmetrical if I didn't tear it diagonally and make myself wear it slightly off center. It just feels a little bit chaotic, but my collar not being perfectly centered, my sleeve being longer on one side, my shirt being torn with little tiny asymmetrical details does a lot to make it not feel very stiff. It tells you I'm a little bit rough around the edges. I'm a silly guy. I am definitely not a perfectionist, maybe. But that's what I would suggest often. For historic fashion, it might look a little strange doing that sometimes, but it's definitely possible to do. Potentially. But conceptually here. The cat element, I don't know if reads super clearly. So we can push that. And I think you would benefit from adding another layer to your concept. So it's partially visible, but could be pushed further and refined, I would say. That makes a lot of sense, especially in context of what the symmetry or asymmetry says about the character. Yeah, so, like, some characters, I'm willing to let them slide when it comes to symmetry or asymmetry. Others, not so much. Others, I'm a little stricter about, especially if they're trying to be chaotic. And the fact that you almost read as having a little bit of, like, gremlin energy makes me feel like you would benefit from just a little more asymmetry also, you know? Yeah. Hashire, Iji Musume. But yeah, I think that is all of the critiques that I have here for the most part. I have gone over just a little bit. But what do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4.5 out of 10. I think that there is a basis here that we can expand upon. I think that the concept can be pushed a bit further, but I do think you are achieving being cute, which is your first priority, so good work in that department. But we got to push it to the limit, because we're in it to win it, oh yeah. Can we get a round of applause, please, for Shiro Nekonya? Thank you for submitting your design for critique, and I hope I was able to give you some helpful feedback here. Wahoo! Thank you. Now it is time for me to do math, my favorite. Let's take an average. Let's see, I need a calculator. Unless somebody was already adding up. them to take the average, which would be crazy. But let me just get a calculator. So this is what? 4.5 plus 8 plus 9 plus 7 plus 6 plus 9. Oh, the numbers were all over. We had 2 9s, which might be bringing the grade up, but the 4.5 may change it significantly. Let's see. 33. Divided by, we did 6 designs. Oh, okay, so we're going to 0.5 rounds up, but it's 7.25, so that's closer to 7, so we're gonna round that down. Our average grade was a 7 today. So, let's see, let's pay out our gamba. So YouTube was right, YouTube guessed 7. Like 7's a good average for us. Oh wow, it was mostly 6. Mostly 6. So the fellas who guessed 7, you're gonna get a big payout maybe, potentially. Ooh, enjoy. I think there's only a couple of you too. Edward and 8 others guessed 7. But most of the points were on 6, so crazy. Oh, hi Peanut Bun, welcome in. I'm so sorry, Peanut Bun, I'm wrapping up to raid out. Hi, we can say hi and hang out for like a minute, but I have to go eat dinner. I wish Twitch had a function where I could hit a button that says I'm leaving in the next 20 minutes. Don't let people raid me, because I feel so bad when this happens. I feel so bad, because it's happened a bunch recently too. But I appreciate you bringing your fellas over. I hope your stream was really good. Thank you, Mods, for getting the shout out. What were you up to? It seems like you may have been doing some art, maybe. Can we see, maybe? Perhaps, please? It's okay. I'm sure it is, but I still feel bad. I will always feel bad. I will never not feel bad. Shroommates, make sure you rotate nice and kindly for Peanut Bun, though. Did some character design. May we have art attacks, mayhaps, if you be so willing, so kind, please. Please, can a poor shroom ask for a little art tax in these trying times? Which is a funny statement, considering me taxing you makes it sound like I'm some, like, evil monarch. But I'm just a little guy who wants to perceive cool and cute and interesting little things. Oh, I didn't introduce myself. Did I remember to introduce myself to the other raiders? I feel like I forgot because it's in the Moobot conundrums, but I'm EG. I'm a freelance artist Fungi. I'm also an art educator. We're wrapping up our Vtuber design critiques for the day, and we just paid out our gamba. Our average score for the day was 7.25. We do a little toggle thing on the notepad that says something like, we're almost finished. I wonder if I could time something so that, like, what is it, like 4 hours into the stream, it'll be like, we're ending soon, ending soon, ending soon. But, like, it doesn't show up until 4 hours in? Maybe? I know a lot of streamers have, like, a clock somewhere on their stream, but I don't know if that would be enough. I'll ponder it. I'll think about it. I will ponder my orb and see what comes out of that. But in the meantime, while we are waiting, we're giving Peanut Bun a sec to grab some art tags for us. Let me housekeep just real quickly. Housekeeping of real quickness. This week, we still have Wednesday, we're going to redesign a Honkai Star Rail character. Friday, we're going to do our art fight showcase. Wahoo! For shroommates who attacked each other during art fight. Do I have anything else to tell you? I think that actually might be it. I don't know if I have a lot of other housekeeping to do. That's not too bad. That's pretty cool. I have a lot of projects I'm working on. Can't tell you about them, though. Secrets. Hee hee. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha. There's a way to block raids for an hour in the Twitch dashboard, but you can hit it at any time, even if you're ending in 20 minutes. Oh, but I'd have to remember to do that manually, and I'm not good at that. I need something that would just, like, automatically do it for me. You know? Or, like, automatically, not automatically, but just, like, a thing that would pop up and tell me to do it. Yeah, if there's a way to set, like, a timer? I don't know. Something like that. I'm a little bit forgetful. Oh, Moobot, you hate me today. Jostle him a lot. We are not friends with Moobot this week. This is not a good start to the week, Moobot. This is not a good luck. Or good look. This is not you. This is not who you are. Why would you do this to me? Oh! Little dragonfly VTuber design! Oh ho ho ho! Oh, wait, hang on. You might have a TOS violation in here. Hang on. Maybe because it's not finished. Wah! There we go. Oh, actually, technically that also. Sorry. But thank you for showing us cool dragonfly design. Also has a little bit of like a lily pad motif. Lily pad, like lilies on the shoulder and the hip. Lily pads as like sort of like waist jewelry. Even the hair itself almost feels a little bit lily pad-esque, which is cute. And I love that I can always forever see a little bit of Sonic inspiration in your designs. The eyes are always like nice and tall in a very Sonic-like fashion. And I love that for you. Pond fairy-ish. Yeah. I could definitely see that. Could definitely see a pond dragonfly fairy. But thank you for sharing with us, Peanut Fun, and thank you for stopping by. Thank you for dropping off some delicious, delectable art tax. Shroommates, say thank you. Say thank you for delicious, delectable art tax, please. Yeah, the colors on the wings are fun. It's got like a water ripple effect to it, which is neat. Yay! Also, the asymmetry is fun. I like this moment of the fabric being gathered to one side. They've been like that since before I was ever into Sonic. Interesting. Intriguing. You were meant to be a Sonic fan is what I'm hearing then. But thank you. I do have to go. I need to eat my dinner and I'm so sorry, but thank you for stopping by. I greatly appreciate it. Let me make my computer not overheat while I try and raid, because sometimes it actually gets weird and locks up after stream if I have too many things open. Truly peculiar. But YouTube Shroommates, can't send you anywhere, so I'll see y'all on Wednesday, mayhaps. I hope you enjoy your Tuesday. Bye. And then Twitch fella.